Another edition of Insomnia, Maniacs, Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. How y'all beautiful people doing tonight? Sorry I'm late. I got held up talking to honest kids. So, well, isn't that nice, Bob? I wish I was sitting on the porch in the sun. It's nighttime here. Well, you know, since I'm nocturnal and all. Be nice if I was sitting on a beach, though. I'd really love that. So what's going on with y'all beautiful people? What's new? Hold on. No, I don't know what that's about. Hi, Nancy. Hey, Bonnie. How you doing, honey? Hey, Bob. I was in no hurry to get out of bed myself, too, baby. I mean, I probably could have slept longer. I woke up late, so I was up earlier, and then I fell back asleep, so. Hi, Debs. Long day. I'm sorry, honey. You're wiped out. I've only been up, probably an hour and a half, so my brain's still trying to catch up. Told you I need like 2 hours to be fully awake to get me going. But I'm sorry it's been a long day for you, honey. Oh my goodness. You got up at 6 and you were like, no, I went back to bed. Yeah, I would have done the same thing. Oh. And Toby got and crawled up in bed with me too, so he must have been wiped out. Alright, what's going on with y'all tonight? Y'all evaluating something? Uh-oh. No, Debs, usually I don't, because usually I only sleep maybe 4 or 5 hours on the nights I stream. But if I end up getting a chance to sleep, I'll normally wake up around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, to give me time to wake up, to get showered, get dressed, so I'm up at least usually a few hours before I start streaming. It's just that I was up earlier than I expected to be, and I was still tired, so I fell back asleep. Hi, James. Yes, I'm definitely a night owl. How do y'all think I could stay up all night with y'all? I'm nocturnal. Hi, beautiful Karen. I'm good, honey. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Winter's coming for you, Bob? Shoot, summer's coming for me. Ugh, I'm not looking forward to it either. Something tells me it's going to be a hot, hot summer. Oh, well, what's going on with y'all? Something's coming right on time. I got divine timing here. What y'all planning? Y'all waiting on something to come through? I feel like y'all been working on a project of some kind, or even a connection. Hello, Tony. What is this, Spirit? Oh, no wonder. I get soulmate. I got passions at the bottom too. Y'all calling in y'all soulmate. And that don't have to be romantic, but in this instance, I do feel like this is romantic. You've been working on getting away from someone. You're moving to Seattle, Bonnie? Why you want to move there for, honey? What else, Spirit? Oh, no. You're not about to have half the cards go on the floor. Soulmates. Karen, you think that who you're trying to get away from is your soulmate? I mean, yeah. I get lovers at the bottom too. I mean, whatever it is y'all working on, if it's this love connection, Spirit saying it's going to be successful. You'll get success where you pour your heart into. And with lovers at the bottom too. I can't make this up. Is that right, Bonnie? Never thought about being in Washington. I'm sure it's beautiful. I've never been there, though. Next card I got out here is putting in the work. Action that helps achieve goals. Building the path to success. So here's Spirit confirming again. It's going to be successful. So Bonnie, this move you're trying to make, Spirit saying as long as you put in the time, the energy, and have a game plan, it's going to work out in your favor, honey. Why? You know something about a milled up Bob that I don't know? Oh, sweet Bonnie. That works too, honey. Hi, Bobby. How you doing, baby? Is that right, Debs? In Seattle? I mean, I've heard that too, actually. There's actually a couple I know who just left. Yeah, I believe it was Seattle. Hi, Richard. I'm gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Oh, okay, Bob. I got you, baby. So how you doing, Richard? Hi, Rick. But yeah, I did hear Seattle's like extremely expensive because they just left like a couple months ago, I believe. And they actually moved to Mexico because it was a lot cheaper because oh man. But what's crazy is they were telling me that their monthly expenses is pretty much what my monthly expenses are. And to live in Seattle for like their 1-bedroom apartment I think they had, and whatever else they had, it was about $7,000 a month was their monthly expenses. And yeah, that's about what my monthly expenses are living in this house and all the nonsense I got to deal with. So I hear it is expensive. Hi, Off the Grid. Well, Bonnie, I mean, I don't know if Georgia's really any different. It's like the prices here for the housing, it's going up like it is on the West Coast. It's crazy. Yeah, Shadow. $7,000 a month. If you take everything into account that I gotta pay for. It's ridiculous. Especially with, you know, if I didn't have to pay for my health insurance, plus, you know, all the monthly co-pays for doctors, prescriptions, it probably wouldn't be nearly as much, but that's about a quarter of it right there. Hi, Mr. Rip Van Winkle. James, who you talking to about buying a reading as a belated birthday gift? The shadow. Yeah, it's not cheap anywhere, baby. That I can promise you. So, if I had car payments, oh, I'd be screwed, for real. Okay, that's nice of you, James. Yeah, I'm the lady in red tonight. What else, Spirit? Show me. It's like, you know, it was funny, I was thinking this earlier because, you know, he finally put in a grocery order the other day, and the cat's food and their cat litter got delivered today. And I'm sitting, I'm looking at their food. I'm like, dang, these dang cats eat better than I do. I'm like, how does that work out? You have a 1-bedroom shack for $800. Well, yeah, that's pretty high. But it's like, you know, I mean, I pay about $1,500 a month for this house. So, you'd be paying twice as much for a home, beautiful. Alright, next one out is strength. And I got boundaries at the bottom. So, y'all gonna have to be strong and put up your boundaries with someone. Because I feel like someone's crossing the line. Not respecting you, not respecting your wishes. And I feel like for some of y'all, even, you know, someone's disappointed you. It may have even possibly hurt you. So make sure you're, you know, standing up for yourself and not allowing people to walk all over you. You know, it's like I tell y'all, you teach others how to treat you by what you allow and what you don't allow. Be like me, you know, if they can't appreciate you while they got you, make sure they appreciate your absence. All right, James. Yeah, I just got the donation. Thank you. Next one is pay attention. Look out for the signs from the divine and acknowledge the red flags. Because I feel like some of y'all been receiving red flags. And I get evaluation at the bottom too. So there's something y'all really need to seriously evaluate. And I feel like it's tied to you putting up your boundaries with this person. So make sure, pay attention. If someone's giving you red flags or something feels off, don't ignore it, beautiful people. You're picking it up for a reason. All right, spiritual symbols. Let me get this other deck out. Well, I know the West Coast is usually more expensive than over here, but I know up the Northeast it's just as expensive as the West Coast, which is just crazy to me, but... So, yeah, I mean, my cats eat good. That's all I'm going to say. They eat better than I do. Yeah. Well, Bob, you're right. Some people pay extra money just to be isolated from everyone. The only problem is, like out here, I mean, where I'm at, you don't have to pay nearly as much for housing, but nothing's close either. And that's what I can't stand. I have to drive at least 30 minutes to get anywhere. I know, off-grid. And that really hurts my heart to see that. Sounds good, Nancy. You're gonna make me hungry, sweetheart. Don't make me hungry just yet. Alright, Spirit. First one, spiritual symbols. Is that right? Thank you for the heart emojis. Yeah, but you know what, Debs? Gas still expensive for me down here in Georgia. Like, what did I pay the other day? I think I still paid like $4. But I mean, that's for premium too. Hi, Alexis. How you doing, honey? But it's expensive everywhere anymore. So I get it. Trust me, I do. Spirit. Stay open. Embrace spontaneity and trust the journey, remaining open to unexpected twists and turns along the way. So stay open. I feel like y'all are working on something still. Spirit's showing me like y'all are getting some kind of abundance coming your way, an opportunity of some kind. Because I feel like some of y'all been stressing about finances. Yeah, because I know when I was shuffling the deck earlier, I was getting 5 of Pentacles, which is, you know, lack of resources. I'm gravy, beautiful. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Hi, Andrea. So stay open to receiving. The next one is clothesline. Problems will resolve themselves. A fresh start. Do not get involved in others' problems. I don't want to be involved in people's problems. I got enough of my own. Restart. Building your time. Reflective. Cleansing. Renew. This is a new start. Fresh start. So again, stay open. Because like I said, there's new opportunities coming y'all's way. And something y'all been working on. Y'all been laying down the foundations. I feel like things going to start paying off soon. You just got to be a little more patient. That's what Spirit's showing me. Alright, Spirit. Okay. Next one is inventor. Risk taker. Relate to the physical world. Intuitive. Influential. Persistent. Leader. Fixer. Builder. Repairer. Energetic. Ambition. I do feel like some of y'all are taking a risk. Y'all have ambition to make things better for yourself, better for your overall health and well-being. I feel like that's why, you know, I know a couple y'all mentioned about moving or the desire to move somewhere where it's cheaper, or maybe just to get away from everything to help your well-being or to escape someone even. So, stay strong. Hi, Lady Freedom. What else, Spirit? Healing. Distractions aren't a quick fix for deeper issues. So, if y'all are getting distracted, try not to get distracted. Don't allow others to even talk you out of, you know, focusing on, like, being in, like, that hermit energy where, you know, it's all about isolating yourself, you know, to, not that, you know, you want to be alone, but, you know, to focus on your own healing and help to rediscover yourself. So I feel like Spirit wants you to focus on this healing. Because I feel like if you don't go through this healing process, what Spirit has in store for you may not come. it's going to be delayed, is what I'm being shown. So if you're wanting to move away, if you're wanting to work on a project, don't allow people to distract you from your healing right now. Bob, that's crazy. $6 a gallon. But then again, that's probably what some people are paying on the West Coast too. No thanks. That's ridiculous. What else, Spirit? Next one is restless. Trapped in instability, resist impulsive urges to find steadier ground. I feel like some of y'all have been restless. Even some of y'all been being a little reckless even, because I got the gambler at the bottom here. So that's probably causing y'all to be restless. Maybe some of y'all miscalculated, made a bad investment that didn't pay off as you thought it initially would. For others, I feel like this was an investment in a relationship that maybe it didn't go exactly how you had hoped it would. And maybe this person has cut you off. Yikes. Hi, 4748. How you doing, baby? What else, Spirit? One more. I need something good here. Divinely guided. Stay aligned with your highest dreams and ideals to find success. Oh, God, he must be making pizza. Ugh. Sorry. Next one is keep on going. Move forward with swift precision and do what must be done now. So, keep going. What you're doing needs to be done. Again, keep going through that healing too, because you're being divinely guided. I have it right here at the bottom, y'all. So, if y'all are questioning yourselves now, please don't. Trust the divine. Trust what they're showing you. Even if it may be hard at first, even if it's causing you to be a little restless, because I'm getting still some of y'all are like in that 8, 9 of swords energy, which is being lost in y'all's head, allowing things to kind of overwhelm you, not sleeping, having regrets. Oh, geez, Debs. Yeah, I know, when I was up in Blairsville, when I lived up there for a year, I was told that housing was still pretty affordable. Like, I think my in-laws have bought their house for like $250, and it's on 9 acres of land in the mountains, in the middle of the mountains too. But since they moved there, which was right before COVID hit, that was before, and after COVID, like, you can't touch a house up there for no less than $450, $500, unless it's like one of those tiny houses, and even that was like almost $200,000, and I laughed. Jonathan Park. Does it? What does that sound like? See, that sounds like my stilettos up your behinds. Get out, you disgusting pig. People like you are the people my daddy warned me about to stay the hell away from. You wouldn't stand a chance with me, boy. Truly, Karen. Up in those mountains, like, I don't want to be up there. Like, I could not live up in those mountains, but it was nice while I was there. So, but yeah, $500,000 even in the mountains. And in some areas I saw too, it wasn't a lot of property either, because I did check up there. Oh, Debs. I like to see that happen too, but I hope it don't happen until I get out of here first. Because if it does happen, then I'm going to be stuck here a little bit longer. And I don't want to be. So. But yeah, I know. Things have tripled. Because even my house that I've sold. Yeah, it was almost 3 times. I sold it for almost 3 times what I paid for it. So, yep. And that was, yeah, that was even right after the pandemic had ended. Oh, I know, Bob. Hi, Texas, Ranch. Hi, Patriot. Alright, beautiful people. I'm just gonna wing it tonight. I did pull a spread, but I'm just not feeling it because I pulled it earlier this morning, so. Wow, Debs. Well, yeah, I mean, even my property taxes on my old house, it was ridiculous. But then I was right next to everything. Like, the Mall of Georgia was like 10 minutes down the road from me. All the restaurants, I had, I lived in what they call the Golden Triangle, which was, I had easy access to 85, 20, 985, which is the major interstates here where I'm at, so that was the other reason for it, but Ace of Cups, huh? High Priestess. Someone wants to offer y'all a cup of love. I just heard divinely guided. Y'all looking for love. I feel like Spirit's trying to bring them to you. I had the High Priestess there with it. Alright, Spirit. Strongest energies. What's at the core, Spirit, for the collective tonight? Uh-oh. Devil energy. What do y'all got going on? Like, are y'all, oh no. 6 of Cups at the bottom. I get devil energy. Codependency. I feel like this involves a relationship. Someone from the past. That wasn't healthy. I feel like you're missing this person. Some of y'all wishing this person will come back. And I feel like this person's determined to come back. Because I get the Chariot next. So they're coming. And I feel like they're coming in fast. But y'all better be careful. Because I feel like it's going to shake your world up. Talk about a tower moment. With the tower at the bottom. Beautiful people. Alright, Spirit. Why is this person from the past returning? Show me. And this better not apply to me, Spirit. You can tell all my exes to take a hike. Not you then, Bob. Well, Bob, you're in my future, baby, not my past. Oh, crap. I just dropped all the cards. Oh, really? They look at you as their, Queen or King of Cups. I feel like someone looks at you like they had more. They had a stable relationship. You were the loving, attentive, nurturing person that they felt, I feel like they missed out on. That they even know they messed up. But I don't feel like this is still a healthy relationship. I feel like this person is coming back because they're going through something rough. Because I even got the 7 of Wands at the bottom. Like, they're going through a lot of challenges right now. And they might even be looking at you for help. Because I even got the King of Pentacles. So some of y'all, they look at y'all like, oh Lord. I don't know, like an ATM. I hate to say that, but that's what I'm getting. One dose of you is enough for anyone. Hi, Jerome. I don't know. Maybe Bob. I don't know what to say about that, baby. I mean, it seems like I would think one dose of me is enough, but then, like, some of my, exes like to come back and want another chance. Don't know why. Hello, Julio. Alright, Spirit, what else? Queen of Cups. Alright. I want to know what y'all think of this person. Spirit. How does the collective feel about this person? Oh, hell. They look at you as their divine counterpart. I get the Lovers. You're like their soulmate. That's how they see y'all. How you see them. Some of y'all feel like this is y'all soulmate too. Oh, Lord, Debs. Yeah, well. But you still love him, right? Even though he's a pain in your behind. What else, Spirit? Show me. What's the collective gonna do when this person shows up? Well, y'all gonna talk about some good times, apparently. 6 of Cups right here. Feel like some of y'all want this to happen. You want this person to return. Even though you may act like right now you don't want. You know, it's not gonna be good, but I feel like Spirit's saying like they need to come back and there's like another lesson you need to learn from this. Don't shoot the messenger. Oh, Bob, come on now, baby. Hey, 420. I mean, baby, like I said, some of my exes, you know, all I can say is they're an ex for a reason. And they can stay in my past because I ain't got no use for them. Turning up the wheel. And that's right, Karen. I can do bad with you, but I can do just as bad without you. And I'd rather do it without you. That's me. I can do bad all by myself. Thank you. Hi, Polly. Hi, Danielle. How you doing, beautiful? Oh, well, thank you, sweetheart. That's very generous of you. How you doing, beautiful? So, let's see. I want to see what else y'all think about this. Divine connection. As Spirit's saying, like, this is your soulmate. At the minimum, it's like that soul contract. I won't say it's a soulmate, but I feel like you're meant to reunite with them for some reason. I don't know why. You're okay? Well, I hope you're doing better than okay, honey. What else, Spirit? About this divine connection. It's crazy. Well, I feel like some of y'all are driven to see this through with the Knight of Swords. Like, oh Lord. Spirit, I can't say that. I'll just say, this person thinks you're naive. But what I also say is, no matter what this person has put you through in the past, you did have some good times with them, which is why the Six of Cups is also here. And I feel like at first, when they return, it's going to be kind of almost like a love bomb situation, where they're going to do everything good. They're going to try to sweep you off your feet, make you feel like, yes, you know, make you remember just the good times to forget about their toxic ways. But as time goes on, I feel like they're going to show their uglier side. And then you're going to remember why you made them an ex. But I feel like they're just as driven as you are to see this through, because they look at you like you're the Ten of Pentacles. And I even have the Five of Wands at the bottom, which tells me they're going to bring a lot of conflict. So, especially with that Ten of Pentacles, because they want happily ever after. They see you as their happily ever after. Hi, Gina. I'm Gravy Beautiful. How you doing? Hi, Diane. So, they want long-term success with you. So, I feel like they're going to give it their best shot. For those of y'all, this romantic connection. But Spirit said for someone out there, this is a friend. I don't feel like childhood friend. I feel like maybe someone you might have known for some years, though. Like a decade or more. Hi, Olivia. How you doing? All right, Spirit, dang. Of course, Ten of Swords has come out. But this is how it's going to end up at the end. Ten of Swords. They're going to come in, like I said, love bomb you. And then something's going to happen where you're going to feel betrayed again. And then you're going to be reminded why you made them an ex. Or cut them off. So, if they return, beautiful people, I wouldn't take them back. But this is y'all's call. You're going to have to make a choice. Spirit saying, this is your opportunity. And if anything, if I were y'all, I mean, I would tell them to F off. You know, say what you got to say to them. Remind them, tell them why you made them an ex or why you cut them out of your life before you do end up here. Because I feel like it's going to be a bad shakeup if you do. So, be careful, beautiful people. Because I don't feel like this person has good intentions. Alright, let me pull out this other deck. Spirit told me to grab this one, so I'm going to. What else, Spirit? Spirit, like, can you, like, show me something good? Like, how about divine union that's going to work out? How about that? Let's see. Like, Spirit, for my beautiful people that want love, give me something good for them. Not this Ten of Swords energy. Texas Ranch Rocks, who you talking to? Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Danielle. I mean, Texas Ranch Rock, you don't like what I do? Nobody said you gotta be here. This is my business, how I make my money. And it's not always bad. So, you know what? What you don't understand is, oh yeah, I'm a divine oracle. So, this is like not just the cards talking. This is from the divine himself. So. Alright, Spirit. Like, can you, like, give me something good? What's the gravy for the collective? That's what I want. What's the gravy? And Danielle, thank you for sticking up for me, beautiful. Bob, it's all right, baby. Hi, Maurice. So what's the gravy, Spirit? For the collective. Give me anything. I just want something good. I can't be in that negative energy for long. What's the gravy, Spirit? Ooh, 4 of Wands. Y'all gonna be celebrating. This is like a homecoming. Happy home celebration. Getting together with family and friends even. But I feel like for some of y'all, this is like someone else who's meant to be in your life. Spirit just said that this person is going to remind you why life's worth living for, why life is good, to make you forget about the bad, especially from your past. What else, Spirit? Show me. What else? Knight of Swords. So, I feel like someone's made a decision about you. They're going to make their rushing towards you. I feel like someone took some time out and really assessed, where they're wanting to go with their life. And they can't see it with anyone else but you. The Spirit saying this is your justice. This is what you've been waiting on. Waiting for that opportunity to have that happiness, that forever love. So, for many of y'all, I feel like it's coming in with this 4 of Wands energy. I also feel like there's abundance coming towards you too. Financial abundance. Hi, deplorable garbage. How you doing, baby? Well, thank you for saying hello, Danielle. I appreciate you, honey. Hello, just kidding. What else, Spirit? Dang it. I crossed your mind. No. Well, I hope that was a good thing, honey. I don't want to be a bad reminder for somebody. I mean, unless that's my exes, then, hopefully that'll keep them in my past. Oh, I'm terrible. What else, Spirit? What else is the gravy for the collective? 7 of Pentacles. This is what y'all been working on. Busy fulfilling y'all's goals. And for many of y'all, this is all about your stability. I feel like some of y'all got things in the works where you're trying to really focus on making things better for you overall for your life. I feel like some of y'all have even been looking at, I know some of y'all said y'all are going to move or thinking about moving. But for some of y'all, I feel like this is even possibly looking at buying a house. Like someone, at least one of y'all out there had laid down the foundation already. Spirit showing me that you actually went to the bank and spoke with someone applying for a loan to get that pre-approval. Like I feel like someone has already has their eye on a house. And now you're just waiting for the paperwork to come through and for the bank to approve you for this loan so you can buy this house. So whoever that is, congratulations. I want to hear all about that. Hi, Catherine. Hi, Jody. How you doing, baby? How you doing, beautiful? What else, Spirit? Y'all got the... All right, well, dang, Spirit. Yep, Page of Wands. Even the Magician came flying out. So this is something y'all really been manifesting, been really dreaming about. For whoever this is for, I'm only picking up on like one energy, so this is specific. It's only for one person, y'all. Whoever's energy I'm picking up on, this has been like a long-term goal of yours, something you've been dreaming about. You've been manifesting this for, some years. I get. So it's like you've been really like going the long term, as far as instead of going out, taking vacations, even eating out, you really been pinching your pennies and saving up all your money, the extra money you have, to be able to buy this house. And so now that opportunity's here, you were just waiting for the right opportunity to arise. And I feel like that opportunity has come now. You found the perfect house that you can see yourself buying, and it's at the right price for you. And I feel like Spirit's saying it's going to work out. What else, Spirit? Show me. Brothers, this is like long-term investments, though. Like some of y'all have been really looking at your long-term goal of retirement. Maybe even some of y'all have been even looking at possibly retiring soon. Yeah, because even the King of Swords is right here. And the King of Swords is all about that leadership, that someone who is an achiever, who uses more of their logic than their emotions. And I feel like that there's this opportunity arising. And for some of y'all, this King of Swords is like someone else coming towards you. So like someone who wants to work with you to create this new opportunity with this Page of Pentacles at the bottom right here. That is going to give you this opportunity to grow, to look at your long-term investment, so you can look at possible retirement. Because I feel like for many of y'all, that's really been on your mind. A lot of this is about your stability, your financial stability, having that home, that forever home, having that family. For many of y'all, this is about building that foundation, even for your kids, just to leave something behind for your kids to have. And that's beautiful too. Ooh, I got the Lovers here, but I just put it back. Hi, Danielle. How you doing, honey? What else, Spirit? Just give me a couple more. And I might just go ahead and read what's on this table. There's a new opportunity coming. Come knocking. This is a different opportunity. I just heard promotion. So I feel like someone's either applied for a promotion at work, or you're going to be. And it's something you're very excited about. Like this is like you see your dream job being fulfilled, applying for this promotion or accepting this promotion, and it's something that you're going to be very excited about. And I feel like you're going to get a lot of recognition from your peers, from your colleagues, from even your boss. So some of y'all really been working hard, keeping things steady. Like I feel like for some of y'all, when the boss was away, I felt like you took on, the manager or the boss's responsibilities. And I feel like now that your boss has returned from being out on vacation or being out, whatever it is, that they see how much you contribute to the company, to the business. and how reliable and dependable you are. So which is why they want to give you a new opportunity to take on more responsibilities, to make more money, to level up there. So welcome it in, y'all. Hi, Sagey. How you doing, beautiful? Oh, for some of y'all, this is a child. Like, I feel like you have a, this is either younger energy, it's a child I'm picking up, who's really, taking, pushing you to your wit's end, is what I get. They're very clever. I feel like they, been up to no good. I get like shenanigans over here, and they're really trying your patience. Yikes. You may want to put your kids on a short leash. Because I feel like they doing something that's really got you really restless. So Spirit saying, have some patience. Have some patience, boy. Man, like I get Spirit just put in my head like that time my parents, or I should say my daddy, he never busted me sneaking out of the house. However, at least not literally in the moment sneaking out of the house, but because the screen was off my window, he knew I was sneaking out. So. Bob, stop playing. Brandon, who you calling home for? Yes, Gina, I waited for you last night, girlfriend. Just so you know. So, I'll do you first, Gina. Hi, Reggie. Hi, Kingfield. Give me a couple more, Spirit. And then I'm just going to go through the oracle cards that I had already pulled. What else, Spirit? Your room had the only missing screen, too? Hey, honey, Catherine. Yeah. My daddy couldn't keep me in the house. I was too busy wanting to be at the pool hall. Thank you, Reggie. Today's your dad's heavenly birthday. Oh, Gina. Well, you know, honey, I can always pull some cards. I'll pull out my mediumship deck. Alright, Spirit. Couple more, please. Oh, 4 of Wands came back out again, Spirit. Why is this 4 of Wands here? Your dad used to know your window shut. Yeah, well, I'm sure my daddy thought about that, but I think he would have gotten in trouble with the landlord if that had happened. Alright, Spirit, because it wasn't our house. What is this 4 of Wands here, Spirit? Justice. Alright. What is this Justice card here? Really? 2 of Cups. Here we go. Dang, some of y'all got like, what? Somebody else coming in? Spirit, really? Oh, Spirit showing me. Oh, okay. I understand what this is. With this Eight of Cups. Well, I got the Four of Wands with the Two of Cups, which divine union, soulmate type relationship. But Spirit showing me that even though this might have been something that made you happy, that you realized that they weren't your soulmate and you walked away with the Eight of Cups right here. And now you're receiving your justice because you're working on manifesting a new love, which I feel like will be coming in with the Magician here. So, Spirit showing me, again, if y'all trying to call in y'all soulmate, like the right one is coming, but y'all gonna have to be ready for it. Because I feel like that person's gonna rock your world, but not in a bad way. It's gonna be a good way, but I feel like this person, when this new person comes in, I feel like y'all gonna be a little afraid, a little scared. So, don't run from love, y'all. Hey, Moonchild. I didn't know you were here, honey. Here you are with the Queen of Pentacles at the bottom, too. So, very abundant is what Spirit's saying. You're very, very, very abundant right now. And I feel like you're getting eyes looking at you from all directions. Because there's a glow about you that you're putting out there when you're out in public, when you're, at, get-togethers, or even just shopping at the grocery store. I feel like you're getting a lot of eyes. There's this natural glow about you. And that's what's going to call in this person. You're going to catch their attention. So, be on the lookout, beautiful people. Sagey, I haven't forgotten about you, beautiful. Okay. So, I can't get into any more of that because that energy, it was going a different direction. And nope, I'm not doing that tonight. I'm trying to stay away from that negative energy. Okay. So, beautiful people. At the beginning, y'all know I normally do this, but I kind of was doing this a little different tonight. First card from your spirit guide, Simplicity. And with it is Live Your Bliss. So it's like I feel like Spirit wants you to focus on the simple things. Don't focus on the bigger things. Focus on the little things. That's going to bring you more happiness, more fulfillment. And I feel like there's a lot of gratitude to come with it. So it's not to say don't have any, goals or ambitions of wanting something grand, a grand gesture or, something extravagant, that big, huge thing that some of us may have our eyes on. Spirit's not saying don't want that, but also focus on the little things too, because that's going to give you more of happiness in the short term than the long term right now. Next one is connections. And Spirit wants to remind you that y'all are here for a reason. So make those connections. And some of y'all, this is just being with other people. Like, you're meant to kind of walk this life. Not that you're meant to be alone, but you're meant to be out with people. Because you're meant to, like, kind of share your life's journey, I get from some of y'all, with others to help lay the foundation, the roots for, like, the younger generation, we'll say. Whether this is your own kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, or maybe the neighborhood kids. You're supposed to help lead the younger generation, though, to put them on the right path of success. So you're meant to be like their mentor. Like, I get a teacher from somebody. One of y'all's a teacher who's watching me right now. So, and I know how hard that job is. The next one is mantra. So, I feel like if y'all are trying to manifest something, whether that's a soulmate, or having friends, or financial abundance, career, a home, Spirit wants to remind you that you know, you are the magician too, and that your thoughts create your reality. So come up with a mantra that you say to yourself daily, like a positive affirmation that says, I am divinely blessed. I am divinely abundance. I am bountiful. All my needs and wants will be met or are being met. Something like that. And repeatedly say it to yourself and believe it. Because that will put those words into the universe for the universe to hear you. And they're going to come in and help bless you. All right. The last one is perspective. And this perspective, I feel, is like trying to give up a bad habit. I feel like some of y'all been really trying to cut out a bad habit because I have practiced moderation here. And now that you've kind of like taken a step back from it, maybe you've been gradually weaning yourself away from this, whatever this is, you're starting to see that maybe you're getting a clearer head. You're able to see things from a different perspective. Like, you know, for someone out there, I feel like this is alcohol. So maybe you like to have a couple glasses of wine each night. And maybe you've kind of like backed off of that. And now you see, you know, when you don't drink a couple glasses of wine per night, you know, that might make you a little tipsy. That maybe you're a different person where, you know, maybe when you drink, it makes you a little more sad, depressed, makes you more lonely. But when you're not drinking, it's like those things don't get the best of you. And you're able to more so focus on like your abundance, on the things in your life you're wanting to change, the connections in your life that you're wanting to build on, create, or strengthen those bonds so you don't always feel alone. Um, so there's something here though that Spirit wants you to really focus on, think about. If you're trying to give up something, Spirit saying, stick to it. You know, that, yeah, it might be a challenge at first, but it's not going to last forever. You are stronger than that. So don't allow it to get the best of you. All right. Okay. Now for the oracle cards. Beautiful people. Okay, and I'm sorry to hear that, honey. First card up is the consequence of fear. And it says, the consequences of fear-based decisions made in the past are revealing themselves to you. It's a good thing you can take a step back and repair whatever appears to be fractured. Having a sense of humor and a lot of self-compassion would be helpful now. Allow yourself to regroup in your own time and shift your perspective. You are not a failure. You are not flawed. And you have made no irreparable mistake. The questions to ask are, where am I placing my faith and trust? And why am I expecting the worst or viewing through the lens of lack? You make choices from the perceived energy around you then, and you will get to make different ones in the future. Give your fears to your higher power and act as if you believe you are in good hands. How could you not be? Life on earth is a spiritual experiment after all. So beautiful people, know that even decisions you made, you know, do you have some regrets? Could you have changed it and gone out on a different road? Sure. But don't allow that to hold you back, you know, because whatever decisions you made that maybe it's presented some challenges, you know, don't allow it to keep you from thinking that you can't like make another choice now. You know, you know, Spirit said, it's not like it's unrepairable, especially if this even comes to your connections, whether this has family, friends, or even a romantic partner. You know, we all make mistakes, but it doesn't mean we got to pay for them for the rest of our lives either. So there is also forgiveness, but most importantly, forgive yourself. And by always living in fear or worrying about that you might be walking on eggshells with people, that will in itself create that 8, 9 of swords energy where you're always thinking the worst is going to happen, you know, because you fear it. So that's like, you know, manifesting it. Don't do that because that will keep you locked in like a cage. a cage of your own design from you constantly thinking the worst and not thinking anything's going to go right or nothing's going to get better, or no, you're going to always, be the loser that's going to, lose out in life, in love, in your relationships, your abundance. Stop allowing that fear, and stop talking yourself down like you're not worthy of having a happy, fulfilling life. We're all worthy. So make sure you kick that fear in the butt and tell it to get lost. Otherwise, what you foresee or fear will be what you create, and that will become your reality. So don't do that, beautiful people. And then I have from the Oracle of the Seven Energies, endless possibilities. And it says, you look at the world through the lens of your life experiences, personality, and conditioning. That filter determines whether you believe in an abundant universe of endless possibilities or various degrees of limitation and a finite range of options. When your expectations, unconscious or otherwise, are based on lack, it's difficult to see what is truly available to you. Today, ask yourself what you believe. Are there limitless potential outcomes to align your energy with? Do you know intuitively that there is more to life than meets the eye? As you believe, so will it be for you, as your energy will attract its match in the outer world. Conditions meet expectations. Either your world remains the way it is in various forms, yet essentially unchanging, or you become more. Everything shifts as you open yourself up to a greater vision of you and a more meaningful life, discovering opportunities that better reflect your true self. This is the nature of your dynamic relationship with the divine. Today, stand with your arms open, knowing that you are stepping into beauty, into experiences that are potent and transformative. You are walking past the line that you and others drew long ago, leaping over what was and toward what will be. You are more than you were. Now, what is it that you want? The treasure is yours. You just need to believe it. So Spirit wants to remind you, like, this whole fear card, fearing the worst, that's going to create and block this. Believe in endless possibilities, endless potential. Believe in your self-worth, your self-value. Believe you're deserving of happiness, whatever that happiness is. And the happiness can be different for each of you. For some of y'all may say, well, I don't need much. I don't require much. It doesn't matter whether you feel like it's, a lot or not. What is it, in an ideal world? What is it that you want? Dream it. Spirit wants to remind you that the possibilities are endless as long as you don't get in your own way by allowing this fear to stop you from taking that chance, taking a risk. No matter how big or how small that risk is, life is worth the risk. It's like y'all always hear me say, I never said life would be easy, but what I do know is that it's worth it. It's worth even all the headaches and stress that even I go through just to have those moments of happiness and joy and serenity, to be able to do the things I love and enjoy and be with the people I love and care about deeply. It's worth all of that. So don't allow your fear to rule your life, beautiful people. Because if you allow it, it will. And that's not something y'all want. Trust me. You want endless potential, endless possibilities. Dream it and believe it, and it will be yours. Hold on. Let me move this. And then I have an animal oracle. And the animal oracle I pulled tonight is the hawk. And this is my animal spirit. Messenger. Spirit is sending you messages. Open your greater vision to see the signs. Focus on priorities and eliminate distractions. You have a bright future. Let yourself ascend to new heights. Let yourself ascend to new heights like this hawk. Endless possibilities, endless potential. If you can dream it, believe in it. Anything you want, you desire, dream it. Don't be afraid to dream. Sure, maybe things don't go exactly how you want it to at first, but if you stay focused, stay determined, you'll end up having exactly what you want. It might just mean you have to see things from a higher perspective too, like this hawk that flies high in the sky. So, know that Spirit's right there working with you, taking you to new heights. That's what I hear. And then, the angel number card I pulled for y'all tonight is 101, starting over. And this is crazy. It's like confirmation from the tarot, from some of the cards I pulled earlier, which is all about starting over. And this says, happiness is linked to self-expression, growth, and experience. Learning from failures is key. Happiness is real, possible, and around. Understand its process and the pursuit of it. Joy is fluid. It's in the little things and the big ones. Fails are fun. Start fresh. Starting over. Again, believe in limitless and endless possibilities. Stop allowing fear, keep you from starting over and dreaming what it is you want. Don't be afraid to go after it again. Yeah, maybe you got to start over. And I know for some of y'all, you're saying to yourself, well, I'm too old to start over. I don't want to start over. Well, I feel like for some of y'all, if y'all aren't ready for this new start, Spirit's going to force you to get ready. So I suggest y'all start getting in gear now. Because that starting over, it's just you're afraid of the unknown, afraid of change. But sometimes the divine has to shake us up, pull us out of our comfort zone to place us exactly where we're meant to be. So, and sometimes that means us starting over in a new place and maybe at a new job, maybe that's even a new relationship. Whatever this is for you, don't be afraid to start over. And then the angel card I pulled for y'all tonight is Dominions. Face your own shadow. In order to contribute healing to the world and dispel the energy of darkness, you have to face the shadows of your own soul. It's not that they are bad, more that they are parts of your most authentic self and story that you are avoiding. And this will only hold you back from healing and growth. Face all parts of yourself now. And the positive affirmation is, I am willing to light up all parts of myself. I am willing to light up all parts of myself. Again, beautiful people, face your own shadow. Stop allowing those doubts to get in your way, because it's those doubts that keep you locked in your fear to where you're not able to see the sunlight. You're only, seeing the darkness that surrounds you when Spirit's trying to pull you out into the sun to feel the warmth, the happiness that surrounds you. Whether that's, again, being in a new place, meeting someone new that will bring fulfillment to your life, that can make you very happy. Maybe it's that one person you've been dreaming about. Maybe it's even starting a family or starting a business, whatever it is. Allow it. Allow those dreams to light your world and bring it alive. That's what Spirit wants y'all to remember. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people, for the general collective reading. Absolutely, Debs. Hey, I'm not afraid to start over. In fact, that's what I'm working on. Alright. Put this other one here. Oh. Put these cards up. Hey Judith, how you doing, beautiful? Hello, Shalini. If I didn't say your name right, I'm sorry. How you doing? You're currently starting over again, Gina. Hi, King Hazy. Hi, Cheryl. How you doing, beautiful? It's good to see you too, honey. King Hazy, what am I about to do? After I run to the ladies' room, I'm going to do a personal paid reading. Why do you ask? Where does the card go? I don't know. All my cards get all mixed up. I think this goes here. If you're interested. I don't know what that means, honey. You hope I'm going to eat, Karen? Yeah, beautiful. I still need to eat. I haven't eaten yet. That's why I was telling everybody don't start talking about food just yet. Don't make me hungry just yet. But I will eat later. Let me get at least Gina's reading done first. Alright. No, I eat first. You want me to eat first, Gina? Are you sure, honey? I know you've been waiting. Get some food. Alright. I'll use the ladies' room and I'll find something quick to eat. I should have a frozen meal in the fridge since he ordered groceries, so I'll be back, y'all. reckon I'll eat this stupid pizza heated up. Freaking A. Oh, thank you, Moonchild. This is actually what I went bowling in last weekend. Hi, Larry. You can't see what, 420? No name? Let me tell you something. You would never be that lucky. I'm not that desperate. And you must be another 3 inches. So, yeah. See, my daddy would put some lead in you if you even decided to come near me. I suggest you remember who the hell you talking to. You want to talk that way to anybody, you need to go to the streets. Disgusting pig. You know, even I got some lead of my own, so... 420, what's with the look, baby? No kidding, Judith. Y'all got like Antarctica up there. It's not a full moon. It's close, but it's not. Yeah, it is pretty. Well, Dubs, I hope by Tuesday you do feel better, honey. Yeah, that's out in the desert, 420. I don't know which one's worse. The summer's here in the south with all the humidity, with the moisture in the air or the dry heat out there. I don't know which one's worse. I think they're pretty close to a tie. It's bad either way. Deb, is it a nerve block or is it that nerve that you were talking about before? You called it something else. Because I know when I got a nerve block, if they didn't nail the right spot, I'd have to go back again. And it still wouldn't kill all the pain. It would help calm it down, but it wouldn't kill all the pain. Mm-mm. See, having that done has always scared me because I'm always worried that I'm going to damage the nerve more, or they're going to do such a good job that they're going to numb up my whole leg. That's what's always scared me about that. Of course, 420. Said he's always chilling. Well, that's great to hear, Debs. Well, I can't wait for you to start feeling better, honey. I'll be praying for you. Moonchild, I agree with you, but I think nerve pain anywhere in the spine is unbearable. I know in my low back, you don't realize how much you use a body part till you don't have it to use anymore. Your arteries. What do you mean, Moonchild? You know, I actually went, when I went and had my nails done this last time, instead of the owner doing my nails, one of his employees did my nails, who's done my nails before, and she actually just had returned that day. She was out for about a month because she just had surgery. She had neck surgery, and I guess she had one of those what do you call it? She didn't have a fusion done. They gave her a cadaver disc to put in the place where her neck, the disc was bad. And she says she feels so much better. So that was awesome to see. Ouch. Moonchild. Hi, Luce. How you doing, honey? Yeah. That's not good, Moonchild. I think that's, if I was worried about anything, I think I'd probably be more worried about my heart too, because I think heart disease runs in my dad's side of the family. What? Mm-mm. Hi, Michelle. How you doing, beautiful? Hello, Jason. How you doing, honey? Yeah, that's what my daddy had to have, was triple bypass, because he had a heart attack. And then they found out that his arteries were blocked. So then they went in and put the pacemaker in, but then that's when he ended up getting that infection that his body can never heal from, because the doctor left that stupid wire in his chest. So unfortunately, it ultimately took his life. You're not good. What do you mean, Michelle? What's going on with you, sweetheart? See, I got a TENS unit, Judith, but you want to know what? My TENS unit, I could only use it for like 10, 15 minutes at a time, and it'll automatically shut off by itself. And then I got to wait so many minutes before I can, like, turn it back on again. But once it goes, like, the second course, it won't turn on for, like, hours. Oh, mine's boxed up somewhere. I don't even know where it's at. Since I moved. Wow. Moonchild, it's pretty bad that they'll allow you to go that long and allow your arteries to keep clogging up until it's like you're pretty much almost on your deathbed, it sounds like. Yeah, Nancy, I'm sure there are. I haven't looked. I mean, my TENS unit is probably about 20 years old. So I'm sure there's newer ones, because I bought mine from my chiropractor. The doctor of hose. I don't even know what you're talking about, Judith. I guess I'd have to look it up. The one I bought from my chiropractor's office when I was going to a chiropractor before I had my surgery. Mm-mm. Oh, Nancy, I do too. It's one of my favorites. It's the other thing I drink when I don't drink Red Bull, 9 times out of 10. Yeah, I hear you, Bob. Some of them do. Not always, but some of them do. um, Green Monster. What, you talking about the Monster energy drinks? I used to drink those, but I don't care for them anymore. They don't taste the same to me. I used to drink them all the time. But then I switched to Red Bull because it just, I don't know. It don't taste right to me anymore. And it seemed like it stopped working after so long. So. I'll have to check that out, Nancy. Well, Professor, the title of my stream will tell you everything you need to know, honey. So, see, I always forget, whenever I go up to the gas station, except for this last time, I just went in there real quick when I was going to the bowling alley, and I grabbed a few different flavors of Red Bull that I know I've never had before. And I even looked the can saying sugar-free. A few of them were sugar-free, and it's like, oh, geez. So, that just tells you how much I was paying attention. I was in a hurry. So, I'll have to check out the Monsters. But one of the new flavors that I tried was pretty good. So, I'm going to have to get some more of those. Hi, George. You know me, baby. It's always biscuits and gravy. How about you? Yeah, it is Friday. So I'll be streaming tonight, tomorrow night, and then I'm taking Sunday night off since it's Mother's Day to head back down to the bowling alley. Oh boy, 420, they coming for you, baby. You better run. Mm-mm. Make sure the canine don't get you, 420. Oh. Good thing I was done eating. Don't let them get you, 420. It might hurt, baby. You might like it though, 420. 420, whereabouts in Los Angeles are you, baby? Like, are you close to, oh crap, what's the name of that area? Are you close to LAX? Because the last time I came home, I stayed downtown in Los Angeles, right near the airport. I stayed at the Hilton. So I wasn't far from, like, Crenshaw Boulevard. And I know that area, I know I didn't want to break down. Because things could get very ugly, we'll just say. And then I got my family that's over there in Torrance and Long Beach. And then the rest of them are over there by, near Disneyland. All I know is that Hilton Hotel I stayed at, heck no. It was not worth the money for a Hilton. Obviously, it's a very old Hilton Hotel. And I wasn't impressed, especially for the amount of money I paid to stay there. But of course, I wasn't trying to stay there. I was trying to stay at the, oh, what's the name of that other one that's associated with the Hampton Inn? Damn it. What's the name of that place? There's a nicer one that I think is nicer than the Hilton. I can't think of the name off the top of my head. Yeah, 420. I don't want to be over there, baby. Definitely not around Crenshaw. Because I know, I know they had a lot of violence over there. I know it's a lot of heavy drug activity, gangs, things like that that go on. What was the name of that other hotel? I'll have to ask him. He'll know. But of course, everybody must have known that that Hilton was no good. So, because they ended up staying and booking their reservations at the hotel I really wanted to stay at instead. You don't live in a bad area. Well, I'm happy to hear that, baby. Only reason why I stayed at the Hilton over there in downtown is because it was closest to the airport and because I still had family that wasn't far from the airport because of them being in Torrance and Long Beach. It was the family that's over there by Disneyland that, you know, I gotta drive at least about an hour to get to them. So, alright. Let me go put my plate up, brush my teeth real quick, and then I'll be back, y'all. the name of that hotel we stayed at in Savannah that we was going to stay at in California, but it was booked?
Hilton.
No, it wasn't a Hilton. It was Hampton.
That's owned by Hilton. Hampton Inn.
Yeah, but which one was it?
Which Hampton Inn?
It was called something else because we was going to stay at the one in California, but it was booked. And we ended up staying at the Hilton instead.
I don't remember what it was.
It wasn't called Hampton. It was called something else.
But it must have been a Hilton brand.
Well, I mean, it was part of like Hampton, yeah. So
Hampton, anything Hampton. Hilton owns Hampton, but I don't know if Hampton owns anybody themselves. I could have sworn it was Hampton Inn that I stayed at in Savannah.
it was called something else. Yes, it was a Hampton, but it was known as something else.
I'll think about it. Figure it out.
Alrighty. Yeah, that's gonna take a while. Because you know you ain't got no damn memory. Of course, he don't remember nothing either. Bob, who you talking to? Bob, who you telling to turn the volume down? Oh, hey baby, I wasn't talking to him about nothing. I asked him about the hotel, that was it. Archaic, who you talking to? you're talking to me, I know exactly what I'm doing in my life. What about you? Gina, you here, beautiful? Colorado, get lost. I don't need nobody like you in here preaching. Wrong strain of preaching. All right, beautiful Gina. Honey, you have a question, or do you want me to do a general? I know I said I'd pull you some cards from your dad. I just need your dad's name, sweetheart. Oh, that damn deck go. I saw it last night. Ugh. Seen that deck. I saw it last night. Oh, it's over here. Oh. No, I like that name, Gina. Okay. Let me see. Okay, Gina, or Moonchild. Thank you for your prayers, honey. Polly went quiet. Who are you talking about, Bob? This one, too. Let's see. they saying something while I was gone. Alright, Spirit. Yeah, you're funny, honey. I hate this card. Hi, Rage. How you doing? Hi, Jody. Welcome back, honey. Alright, Spirit. Gina. Spirit. Gina. What does Gina need to know? Hi, Andre. Alright, Spirit, for Gina. What does Gina need to know? Take the core, Spirit. You know, Diane, if they don't know how to come here and speak English and don't have no manners, just kick them out. I don't have the patience for them. I really don't. I don't like people who feel entitled. Can't stand it. Recent past spirit. Actually, spirit, give me present. Uh-oh. Alright, Gina. Who's the significant other in your life, honey? Who's coming towards Gina? Alright, no spirit. You running away from somebody? Man, come on. Alright, don't come. Oh, well, Sagey, why don't you lay down, honey? I'm gonna get to your email when I'm done with this drink tonight, beautiful. So, I got it on my list. Oh, come on. Alright, Gina. Oh, spirit. You keep giving to someone, Gina, that I don't feel like it's giving the same thing back to you, honey. And Gina, I'm gonna pull you more cards, beautiful, just because I know you've waited on me. And I hate that you waited on me. after you paid me for a reading, so. Oh. So let's see this now. Spirit. Yes. Sweet dreams, Sagey. And I hope you get some good sleep, honey. Taking that melatonin hopefully helps. Alright, Spirit, show me, clarify. Someone looks at you like an opportunity. Yep. Damn. Alright, Spirit. Where's the Hermit here? What's up with all these opportunistic men? I don't understand. Oh, what's this here, Spirit? Okay. Beautiful, you gotta change something here. I feel like if you don't, you're gonna end up losing a lot. I don't like this. Ugh. Alright, Spirit. Nine of Pentacles. Oh. Hey, rude people that come into my stream, I'm gonna make myself clear one time. One time only, because I don't have the patience. Okay? You're not entitled to my energy, for one. Okay? Two, if you don't have any manners, you don't know how to be polite, courteous, saying hello first. Before you come here and ask me a question and think you're entitled to my energy, and by the way, I'm not for free. You know, you can exit right. My mods will help actually see you to the exit. I got no time for some nonsense. Don't have it. Sorry, I ain't got the patience. Okay, Spirit. Especially when you want to come here and be rude. Especially when I'm trying to do a paid reading. But some of y'all don't know how to come in here and read the freaking room either. No, Jody, I'm not talking to you, baby. I'm talking to the other people that want to come here and ask me some stupid questions about should I give somebody a second chance without saying hello or reading the room and being respectful that maybe I might be doing a reading for somebody right now who paid me to do a reading. But see, nobody knows how to read the Post-it note either. Apparently, people need glasses, you know, or you got to put it on a bright, you know, big banner. Maybe I need to hang that on my wall that says my energy's not for free. I just ain't got time for the nonsense. Like I said, fiery Pisces. Amanda don't play. No problem, Jody. Hey, baby, that's one thing you'll learn to know about me if you don't already is I'm not afraid to speak my mind and tell y'all where I stand. I'm very clear about that. And if there's ever any doubt, that's why you ask, and I'll be sure more than gladly to clear it up. Hey, Bob, I saw his ridiculous, stupid comment. Kick him out. I don't have time for the shenanigans either. I don't know, Judith. You got some for me, honey? Maybe I need a shot of Patron or two. All right. The Lost Explorer. If you think I'm Latina, you better guess again. And no, I ain't looking. So you can get lost too. Make myself perfectly clear. You come to me correct, you get the sweet, dreamy mermaid. But you come to me incorrect, you get bit by the shark. And the shark you don't want. And yeah, that shark is going to probably more easily come out in me tonight. Well, doggone it, Judith. I don't want no dry bar. If you're going to talk about, you know, liquor, sweetheart, you got to give me the real stuff. Ain't no dry bar. I'm already stuck in the country as it is. I don't even know if there's a bar anywhere around here. I hadn't even looked. Tells you how much I leave my house and go exploring I live in. I end up driving an hour just to get to civilization, it seems, anymore. You got some vodka. Vodka will work too. Just make sure you got some pineapple juice to go with it for me. Alright, Spirit. I don't like this energy. Ugh. Why is this here? You know, I don't know who this is. Whoever this is, though, I suggest you steer clear of them, girlfriend, because they're not going to bring you nothing but problems. And you're going to end up being stuck. And I don't feel like that's just metaphorically speaking. I get the feeling this is like literally speaking. Like, whoever this person is, it's like they don't have good intentions. Like they come off as someone who cares about you, but they really don't. Like someone that just wants to use and abuse you kind of energy. A narcissist type of energy. And I don't like this at all. They're going to leave you hanging. Spirit, one more. And I think you know that too. With my high priestess at the bottom. You need to listen to your intuition, beautiful. Pay attention to the red flags. There's a warning sign saying don't go there. Alright. Holy Spirit. I want messages from her dad. This energy. Someone's not going to have a good influence on you, is what Spirit just said, Gina. Spirit. Your dad's telling you it's time to find balance again, Gina. Ooh, that was a big spirit orb. Your dad wants to know you're not alone, even if you feel like you are, honey. Gina, beautiful. Let me tell you something real quick, honey. If you're talking to me about your dad don't look at you like a disappointment, sweetheart. You know, I want all y'all to hear me. If you're new here, I'm gonna say this real quickly. Anytime you got someone that's you've lost that's in the spirit world, if you ever worry that they're disappointed in you, if you ever fear like you made a promise to them and you couldn't keep your promise, like they're not gonna rest in peace, and they're, angry at you, they don't have none of those cares up there. Okay? Because they understand you're living a human life. They're up there in peace. They're happy. What hurts them though is to see you not happy, to see you not living your full life, to see you not being fulfilled. And especially if what they may have done to you while they were here in the physical could be a wound of some kind that's keeping you from moving forward, being happy with your life, or even let's just say, for an example, you made them a promise. Like, I'll use me as an example. I promised my mom I would have a song played at her funeral when she died. And, at first I was worried that I wouldn't be able to keep that promise right after she died because of how, you know, my family had treated me. But I was able to keep that promise. But even if I hadn't, my mama wouldn't have held it against me because she understands, like y'all's loved ones understand, that they see what's going on, that there's just some things that they understand you can't keep your promise for. Like, let's just say, your parents asked you or made you promise to never put them in a nursing home. But unfortunately, circumstances present itself where you had no choice and you were forced to put them in a nursing home. So now you think they hate you up there. No, they don't. They understand. There's certain circumstances, situations that can't be helped. So if you think they're holding it against you, they're not. If you think that you're not living up to your full potential in the way of what they would ask or expect of you, they're not. Because again, they're up there in peace. They're in harmony. They're surrounded by love and hope. It's where we're all here, stuck in this clown suit, as I like to call it, having a human experience. We don't have the same connections that they have up there where they get to see everything and they hear everything. Every single thought you have, your family up there, your loved ones hear it. They know it. And they see life through your eyes now, which is where some people, it bothers them when I say that, when I say to you, your loved ones have come to know you better now that they're in the spirit world than they did when they were here in the physical. I know for many people it's hard to hear that. It's like, no, my parents knew me. I'm their child. How could they not? I'm not saying they didn't know you. But what I'm saying is they get to know you that much better up there. Because every single thought you have, they have access to. So now they not only get to see through your eyes, but they can hear your thoughts. They know your thoughts, why you see things a certain way, why you might do things a certain way. Like if you did something that annoyed them, that they couldn't make sense of, they now can make sense of it because they're seeing through your eyes and seeing through your thoughts to understand and know you better. So Gina, if you think your daddy's disappointing you, I want you to know he's not. You know, they can't expect us to do any more than what we're already doing here. Yeah, as long as we're doing our best. And if we fall down, you know, maybe that's part of our purpose here. We're meant to fall a few times. Maybe we're meant to. I'm not saying we come into this world to be let's just say, an alcoholic, but there's something that has to come with that. There's a lesson that has to be learned from going down that road. Maybe, we end up doing something that causes us to go down that road. We turn into an alcoholic. Well, if we clean ourselves up, they're going to be proud of us no matter what. But maybe part of your purpose here was to be that alcoholic because you were supposed to experience something to gain a lesson, to have greater, not just lessons, but to have a different perspective that's going to help you down the road for something better, or you're supposed to take up there with you for your next life, to bring back that knowledge, that wisdom. Because it's like, you know, I was having a conversation with someone last night. I don't think he's here right now, but I read for someone last night, and they asked me the question of if they were an earth angel, which I'm not a fan of titles. I'm not a fan of labels. Um, I'm not one who believes that anyone should have a label like that. If you want to think you're an earth angel, chosen one, whatever, then, you know, I'm not going to knock you for it. But understand my perspective. We all chose to be here. We made the decision to incarnate in this life. So from my perspective, we're all chosen ones in that way. Because we all have our own journey to live. We all have our own purpose here. But to come in and say, like, you know, I'm more special than someone else. No, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, maybe I, you know, was given this gift to do this. But does that mean I'm more important than you? No. I'm no different from you. I just have a different path that I was meant to go down. That's it. Okay. You know, when we talk about labels, when we talk about chosen ones, earth angels, even ascended masters, whatever title y'all want to use, you know, that's just all about ego to me. That's an ego trip. You know, that's someone that needs to be, you know, hey, I'm an ascended one. Oh, I'm a chosen one. No. Okay. Because if all in actuality, if I really want to be one of those people, I would be telling y'all that left and right. Because yes, I was told I'm an ascended master. But I don't believe I am. But I had a medium tell me that. Whether it's true or not, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. You know, because still, the same as you, I incarnated in this life for a certain purpose, to go through this life to learn certain lessons, to take with me back up there, just like you. I'm no different, no better, no worse. We're all on the same playing field, okay? So the same thing is true, you know, whether you go through and you decide to, you know, say you go down the path of addiction. Well, maybe part of your purpose was to go down that path of addiction because you were supposed to gain something out of it, to go down further in the road, maybe to help save someone else's life who wouldn't know how to get themselves up because they end up getting trapped by addictions. Just as an example, okay? So no matter which one it is, Gina, whether it's you or anyone else here, no, you're not disappointing your loved ones up there. They understand you're having a human experience and you got to go through your own journey just like they had to. You know, they're going to be right there beside you to guide you and help you through this life to get you to the other side as best as they can help. And with your spirit guides right there, right behind you, and your guardian angels to help you walk this life. You can only do the best you can with what you have and what you know. And that's what your loved ones also understand too. Because you don't have all that knowledge that they now have up there to be able to use and apply it in your life. Because you haven't lived that full life yet. You know, maybe some of y'all think y'all are at the end of y'all's life. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. But you're still here right now. You know, so use whatever knowledge, experience, wisdom, you know, talk to the divine, talk to your loved ones. On the other side, they hear you. You don't have to go to someone special to hear from them. It's just a matter of you being open to receiving those messages just from them. But they're not disappointed, okay? Because, you know, what I can tell you is that even in times of stress where we may not make the best decisions, like if we were in a better mindset, you know, we want to do something so reckless or foolish, that's still human nature. We're stuck in this clown suit. We're using those human emotions, this brain. You know, once we are released from this clown suit and we go up there, we're not tied to all those emotions anymore. That kind of plays in our judgment here in the physical. Does that mean that they don't feel up there? No, I'm not saying they don't, but they're really not feeling all the, mental and emotional pain that we are feeling here because we're in this body, in this clown suit. They're not. They're in the spirit form. So don't ever think that. All right, Gina. Gina, you gotta learn to forgive yourself, honey. And I understand it's easier said than done. I mean, you've already heard what some things I said to my mom before she died. I was a horrible daughter to her. The last day I saw her, I was the worst child I could be to her. Telling her that I hated her. I didn't love her. I never wanted to see her or talk to her again. And I'm sure I probably even said something along the lines that I hope she died. Okay, understand me. I had a lot to go through and forgive myself for. And to get over that guilt of what I said to her. But I know my mama forgave me. I know she knew. I didn't mean that. In the moment, I meant it because I said it. But once, tempers cooled and, I got over my pain, did I mean it? No. And I know she knew that. But does that, excuse me from my own behavior of being that, cruel child to her? She didn't deserve that from me. So I had to go through that and get past that. It took me some years to get past it. But I know my mama don't hate me for it. She knows, I love her. I was just acting out in anger and pain at the time. Yeah, beautiful, but who was the driver that killed your brother? I mean, if you tell me it's you, beautiful, let me tell you something. Your brother, oh gosh. Your brother ain't here because he wasn't supposed to be here. So let me make myself clear, Gina, when I say this to you. Whether your brother would die in that car accident that day, that he was hit by, drunk driver, whatever, or something else happened, he still wouldn't be here. And that's what you also need to understand. Okay? He met his soul contract. So he wasn't meant to be in here for a long time in this life. It's just that tragically, yeah, it ended up being an accident that took his life instead of it being, I don't know, having a heart attack or dying in their sleep from something or some other unknown cause. It still would have happened. Why is it your fault then, honey? I'm trying to understand, Gina, why is it your fault? If you were 10 and he was 8, why do you blame yourself for your brother's death? Because I could hold myself responsible for even my mama's death. If you want to know the truth. I used to think that at first. Because it was within a day after me and my mama had our powwow, she ended up in the hospital and she almost died then. Because I got her so upset. I caused her to hyperventilate. And she ended up having to be rushed to the hospital and put on life support again. And that was the last time that she ended up being put on life support before she took her trip to the West Coast to spend Thanksgiving with family out there. And she didn't come back. So, I used to wonder, had I not, said those evil things to my mama, you know, to cause her to hyperventilate, to cause her to get so upset that maybe, just maybe, she would have made her way back home. She would have came back to be able to at least die here with us instead of dying out there where me and my brother couldn't reach her. So you see, I could blame myself for a lot of things like that. But that's not something my mama wants me to carry. And she would sit there and tell me that no, it was her time. Whether, you know, it happened then or it happened after. She was still supposed to die when she did. I just only wish I had known that. Which I kind of did, but I didn't want to believe it. I was still in denial. Yeah, but Gina, you're a child. Like, why are you going to hold yourself responsible? Because y'all ended up having to stay at school or whatever. Gina, again, what you got to understand, beautiful, is he was meant to die when he did. And I know that's hard to hear. I know that is hard to hear. And I'm sure your parents, you know, had a hard time dealing with his death, letting him go. But that's what you got to understand, whether it was going to be hit, again, unfortunately, by a drunk driver, or let's just say that maybe you did get on that school bus and got him home safely. He could have easily got out on his bike and got down the road, and somebody else could have hit him, you see? Whose fault would it have been then? Then you would have been the one saying, well, it was still my fault because I wasn't watching him. Because you're the older sibling, right? Unfortunately, he wasn't meant to be here for a long time. That's what you got to understand. Just like my mama wasn't meant to be here for a long time. I don't like that. Yeah, naturally it hurts. You know, that's why I had to have my powwow with God for all those years and let him know just how angry I was for the fact that he would, you know, not only take her from us, but even put her through those years of suffering. But you see, and in fact, it's crazy that we're talking about this because I did think about this yesterday, or maybe it was even earlier today, about those years that I went through. You know, caring for my mama, you know, the strain, the stress, being a teenager, taking on all those extra responsibilities, had to take on pretty much almost reverse the roles. You know, me being the adult, even though I'm only 15 years old, and my mama being the child. And I'm the one that's having to take care of her. And then go to work and, you know, to help bring home money, help my parents pay the bills. You know, that was part of me fulfilling my purpose. It was part to help me also grow and to help my, you know, baby brother grow. No, we shouldn't have to have to grow up that fast. Yeah, naturally, you know, from our human emotions, from a human perspective. But for our own soul growth, that's what we were meant to go through. It was to help prepare us later in life. Like if you stop and you think about, take into account me meeting my insignificant other, and then all the challenges that came with it. If I had not gone through everything I went through with my mama taking care of her and having to be the adult to be responsible, I would not have had half the clue of what to do with him and how to get us out of that situation. But because I already been there, I got that experience from it and it prepared me for this now. And now I'm just like, I'm not a sitting duck, but you know, right now this is kind of like the in between stage now, where I'm now being prepped for something else that's coming down the road again for me. And that much I do know. So, I'm just going to do the best I can with what I have right now. And that's all I can do. But you see, all the experiences I had from a teenager helped prepare me for what I went through these past few years with him. Having to sell my house, you know, already going through, you know, the loss of losing, you know, a home or being evicted from my, you know, childhood home, that I got that emotional pain out. I've already dealt with that. So because I already walked that line before, I was better prepared to handle it from more of a logical and rational perspective than from an emotional one, if that makes any sense. So you can't hold yourself responsible, Gina. He don't want you to hold yourself responsible. It's not your fault. You need to let yourself off the hook. You need to let go of that pain, you know. Because what you need to know now is that your dad's with your brother. They're together. They're celebrating. They're enjoying each other's company up there. And they're watching over you. Your dad's not mad. Your brother's not mad. Do you understand? It was something that needed to happen. So let yourself off the hook. Hi, Scott. What else? Good journal. No. All right. Beautiful, Gina. Damn it. Hold on. Oh. I figured something in my pocket. God knows what. Scott. I'm happy it did, baby. I'm glad I could do that for you, Scott. That makes me happy knowing that it helped you that much, baby. That's all I wanted for you, honey. And I know that's something your mama wanted to release your burdens, to set you free from it. I don't know who this energy is. Alright, Gina. I just pulled, Gina, I pulled from my angels and ancestors instead of doing the other way you usually see me do for messages from spirit guides. So just think of some of these messages being from your angels, your ancestors, or your spirit guides. Okay. The first one for you, Gina, is the High Priest. Intend and create. So have an intention. You know, this is like the manifestation card, but also believe in yourself that what you want, what you intend on creating for your life, have that intention as you're like, using, some of your, like the magician is what I'm picking up. You can manifest whatever it is you want as long as you have that intention first. And then go ahead and start creating, like making a game plan to bring it into life, into your reality. Because the next one I get is the Sholin Master, which is be graceful in movement and action. So it's like with what you're wanting to create with your intentions, Spirit wants you to be graceful in your movement and in your action forward. Don't rush to making last minute decisions. Really think some of these things through, but don't allow it to get you stuck in your thoughts either, overthinking things, overanalyzing it. Just don't make, a last minute decision, like say 1 minute, right now, you think like, oh, I'll go to the store, and get, some milk and bread. But, maybe you just get a feeling like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't because, that time of night, there's, drunks on the road, we'll just say, but you're like, nah, it's okay. I'll go ahead and go. And then you find out, yeah, you get on the road and you almost get hit. It's kind of something like that. Don't make that last minute rash decision without really thinking it through. And don't just, um, ignore it, especially if you get like a warning sign that says, you may want to reconsider. All right. So really think your thoughts through, your actions. And the next one is the Magic Guardian. Unlock the magic within. You are a magical being, Gina. You may not feel like you are. You may feel like you have something that you need to forever punish yourself for. As, what you just shared. You don't need to punish yourself anymore. Okay, part of what you went through back then is also what's helped molded you into the person you are today. Even with the flaws you have, as we all have flaws, there's still a lot of beautiful, good traits and qualities about you that gives you that magic that people gravitate towards. So Spirit wants you to allow that magic to shine outward because they want you to be the warrior, be fearless, and be strong. Be fearless, be fierce. Don't allow, the worst case scenarios or your worst thoughts get the best of you. That keeps you from proceeding forward with, plans you've made, with your intentions, with your desires, or wanting more, or wanting to make, big changes. If the change is good, welcome it in. Be willing to go after it. Know that you're even deserving of it, as we all are. And also be able to forgive yourself, but be able to face your fears. Don't allow, your regrets and mistakes to hold you back and keep you in prison. Because your mama or your dad don't want that, and your brother don't want that for you either. They want you to be happy and free. Oh, now for the tarot. Gina, I got you in. I got the Lovers here. Again, I don't know who this is. And this is present energy. So this is not past, this is present energy. So this is someone that's in your circle right now. And they're looking at you as like a golden opportunity here with the Lovers. And I can't show you this Lovers card because people are naked. But I'll just show it to you like this, Gina. You're like, they're looking at you like this Page of Wands energy with the Lovers. They look at you as like this golden bright opportunity for some reason. I'm not saying that you don't have anything good to offer, because I know you do. You may not feel that way, but you do. But the energy I get from this, though, is not to be trusted, Gina. I don't feel like this person means good for you. And I feel like this is someone you already are aware of. Like, you're supposed to, like, steer clear of them. But for whatever reason, something keeps pulling you back to them. And I feel like even your dad is trying to get your attention and telling you it's time to cut them off. They're no good for you. Like, I'm getting the energy even from him saying, when are you going to learn? This person doesn't, help you. They're making things worse for you, not better. So it's time to cut them loose. Let them go. If they got to be out there on their own, they're going to have to find a way. You either sink or swim kind of energy is what I'm getting. Your soon-to-be ex-husband? Okay. That's what I'm getting. Your dad is like giving me this energy like, no. You know better. You're stronger than that. You don't need him. He's no good for you. He's brought you nothing but problems and pain. Cut him loose. It's time for him to decide for himself to be a man, to sink or swim. Because otherwise, I feel like this person, if you allow him, because I see him coming in as this Knight of Pentacles, or he's going to act like he has something to offer you, or he's going to try and talk you back. But your dad and your spirit guides are telling me no. It's a facade. It's a mask. He has nothing to offer you. But he's going to make you feel like he does in order to isolate you and put you in this hermit position, which is isolation. He's going to try and keep you like caged in like a bird cage, in a bird cage, to where you're not able to have your freedom, do what you want, whether that's figuratively or metaphorically or literally. He's no good for you. So you're being told to cut him loose. Otherwise, you're going to find that you're going to be in a whole lot of hurt here. Because I get the Four of Pentacles, where just as much as, you may love him and want to help him, maybe even want to give him another chance. Maybe it's even crossed your mind. But I'm getting the Four of Pentacles here. And this Four of Pentacles is telling me you're going to be the one that's going to be giving of yourself, giving everything over to him. But he's not going to give anything back to you in return, which is going to leave you in a lot of confusion with this Ace of Swords here. And he's trying to keep you stuck. He's trying to keep you confused. He's trying to keep you imprisoned in the mind to where you're constantly going back and forth. You can't make one decision and say, no, you're out the door, or, even though he knows that's what you would want to do, He's going to try and manipulate situations where you don't want to, like, leave him alone or, divorce him or whatever it is. He's going to try and keep you confused to try and, like, manipulate you to where maybe you don't fight him as hard, like, even in the divorce. I don't know what, the assets are, what could possibly be there, but I get part of that there too. Um, he's going to want to leave you pretty much with nothing, is what I'm getting. And I mean, it's just a narcissistic energy. I don't like it. Oh, so the next one is, though, even though he's going to try and put you in this, I feel like you're already in this Eight of Swords where you feel like you're tied. You can't do anything. You can't escape. Maybe even feel like you can't escape him. But he's causing you, because he's able to come in with this confusion, cause you to where instead of, the Ace of Swords is normally a card of clarity, clear thought, it's keeping you confused in the mind. And it's being confirmed right here with this Eight of Swords. But Spirit, show me you will have your justice. You will be able to free yourself from him with the justice right here. Here you are. So things will be handed to him. I feel like he's going to have more than one shoe drop on him. That's going to shake things up to where he's going to be without, not just without you, but even without others that maybe he has leaned on. And I don't feel like he'll even have much left as far as assets, money, a place to live possibly, because of what he's trying to do to you and what he has put you through this far. However, if you don't cut him loose, this is what's going to happen. He's going to have you out on the streets instead, in this Five of Pentacles. Okay? So, I'm being clear with you, Gina. Don't allow him back in. Don't help him. Don't believe in his BS. He's going to try and talk you, out of, not going through with a divorce or not being there for him. He's going to try and pretend like, y'all are supposed to be like all lovey-dovey right here. I get the Lover's card here too, and I can't show you this one either because there's people on there that's naked. Because he's going to try and present himself again. Here he is again as this Knight of Pentacles. Like he has something to offer. Like, if you keep him in your life, you'll have a place to be able to go to when things get tough. You'll be able to take a break, rest. He's going to make it seem like everything's all cozy to make you not want to leave. But I'm being shown that's just another manipulation tactic to try and keep you stuck. He wants you right here in this hangman energy where you would end up being stuck. So again, Gina, don't fall for this nonsense. Let him go. You deserve better. You deserve more than what you're getting right now and where you've been at with him. Not in this stuck energy. Because by this stuck energy, you're going to be held upside down. And in one of my other cards from my other deck, the hangman, it shows him hung upside down like this, but you can see like all these coins falling out of his pockets by being hung upside down. That's exactly what your ex wants. He wants you to be released of all your money, your assets, so you would have to like come back and lean on him. That would be another way of another manipulation tactic by him, is what I'm picking up. Because he doesn't want you to go through with the divorce. He doesn't want to see you write him off. But you got to be this justice and stand up for yourself. And say no more. That you deserve better. So that way you can have a new opportunity. If you can get over this hump, here you are now. This is where you'd be going. Where you're going to see a brighter future. With this Three of Wands energy, you're going to see beyond the horizon. Be able to see over and past him. To where you're going to see either a new opportunity, that's going to present itself like a situation that's going to give you an excitement. Or maybe even a new love that comes in. That's even a possibility. Whether it's, romantic love, but it can even be a friend. that, it's going to make you excited and remind you, that life's worth living for and that you can be happy, that you don't have to settle for like this devilish energy is what I'm picking up. And I feel like your dad's been trying to get your attention, to get you out of this toxic situation with your soon-to-be ex. I feel like even, you didn't give me your brother's name, but I feel like there's been times where you've been by yourself, whether it's like, I feel like it's either first thing in the morning or late in the evening, where you're by yourself and maybe you've thought of them, or maybe you've been replaying this whole scenario in your head, what to do with your ex, because I know you don't want to be that cold-hearted person, just completely cut him out of your life, because I understand you still have some type of love for him. But you also know deep down he's no good for you. So it's like they're trying to get your attention. They're trying to guide you away from him. And I feel like you've either gotten glimpses of them or they've called your name and you've heard them, or you've dreamed about them, if not all three. But I feel like it's all three at some point, whether you recognized it or not. They've been around. They're trying to get your attention. Um, I even hear someone like either tapping on a wall or a table. So I don't know if here recently you've been hearing tapping noises. That's either on a table or a wall. That, sounds, you hear like someone even knocking on your door. It sounds like someone's knocking on your door, but it's not your door. It sounds like the wall or a table. That's them trying to get your attention. Or there's a light, I'm being shown a bathroom where I see a light that flickers every now and then. That, you turn the light switch on and it might, be on for, maybe a minute and then the light will flicker and then it goes completely bright again and there's nothing else. Like as if there's something wrong with the electrical, but it's not. That's them trying to get your attention. So pay attention to those little signs. They're letting you know they're right there with you, guiding you. You're not alone in this. Because they want you to have more fun, Gina. Like I get here with the messages from your dad. Okay. Yeah, I could see it being possibly a kitchen light too. It just looked like a bathroom, but kitchen. That's your dad trying to get your attention. And that's your brother. So, and beautiful, pay attention to it. When it happens, because I feel like it's going to be happening even more. But even after, you talk to me, after your reading's over, take some time. Spend some time alone. Quiet your mind. Talk to your dad. Talk to your brother. Tell them, okay, dad, brother, I know you messing with my kitchen light is you. Now I'm acknowledging, I know it's you. Can you please do it again? Or can you please do something else to let me know you're here right now? Okay? And maybe, just maybe, they might be able to do it then. But if they don't feel like they didn't hear you. Sometimes it means you got to be patient because you got to understand their energy. And like energy, they need a energy source to draw from in order to manifest, to be able to mess with the electrical again, or to tap on the table or the wall, or to even mess with your devices, whether that's your TV, your phone, your computer, whatever gadgets you have. It still takes energy, and they have to have a source to grab it from in order to produce it outward. So don't get lost thinking, oh, well, they didn't hear me. Oh, they're ignoring me. Oh, they must not be here. They are. They just are trying to figure out the best way to be able to get your attention again. And even invite them to come to your dreams. You just got to make sure before you go to sleep, you know, ask God, divine, whoever you label you want to know him by, to protect your dreams, seal your dreams, that nothing evil or negative can penetrate or enter your dream state. but only welcome, people of love and light, including your family and your friends. And it specifically ask your dad and your brother to come visit you in your dreams. And they will. But again, just like messing with the lights, messing with the devices, the knocks, anything else that you're like, wait a minute, did that just happen? Like you think you're imagining things. Same thing is with your dreams. It may not happen overnight. You would have to give it time and be patient. But what I could promise you, Gina, is that your loved ones will never, ever give up on trying to connect with you. They'll never stop trying, okay? They'll try something for so long. And if they feel like they're not getting your attention, they'll think of something else. So it might be something different until they find the right thing that catches your eye. But once you notice something that makes you think, was that my dad? Is that my brother? Is that possibly another loved one? Acknowledge it. Acknowledge it in your mind or acknowledge it out loud and say, I saw that. I know somebody's here with me. And try. Sense it. Who does it feel like to you? Who's the first name that comes to your mind? Trust in that. And then say, whoever it is, say their name. I know that's you. I believe that's you. Can you do something else to confirm to me this is you? Or if it's not you, is it dad or whoever? And they'll let you know. You just got to be patient. And you got to be willing to be open to those signs, the sounds, the noises. Don't allow it to scare you. Welcome it in. And keep asking them, bring me more messages. Do more things, let me know you're here. I just need to know you're here. I need to know I'm not alone. Because right now I feel like I'm so alone. So please, make your presence known to me in a way I will know. I will understand. And there will be no ifs, ands, or buts that tells me it can't be nobody else but you. And they will. You just got to make your wants, make it clear. And what I will say to you, Gina, and everyone else out here, if you even try and go through and say to your loved one, like, like the scenario I just played out about, making the lights flicker. Okay. I'm not telling you to go tell your loved ones, okay, can you make my lights flicker so I know it's you? They may not be able to do that. It's going to be different for every single one of you. But what I'm saying to you is, if there is something that happens in your environment that makes you take a step back and it's like, huh? Did I just imagine that? Did that really just happen? Did I just hear that? Did I just see that? Did the lights really just go out? Whatever that is, acknowledge it. Okay? Don't go around demanding them, now turn my lights on. Because they may not be able to do that. You have to understand that it takes time for them to learn how to manipulate the energy in your environment, here in the physical. So they might get better at being able to do one thing first before they're able to do something else. It'd be like, let me think of an example. Like my dad. When my real father passed away, I didn't hear his voice. I didn't hear him speak to me. But let me tell you something. Right after he left his body, because I just was lucky to be there. Because unfortunately, I had to be the child to make the decision to take him off life support and let him go because he had a massive stroke, right? And so I sat by his bed until he took his last breath. And after he took his last breath, I felt the wind. I felt a gust in the room. And I know I felt him wrap his arms around me before he left. And because I was there, okay? He didn't say a word. And if he was trying to, I didn't hear him. But he could at least produce his energy even right in that moment to be able to hug me one more time before he left to go up to heaven to reunite with my family. And then, I don't know, I think it was maybe 3 or 4 years later, I only heard him call my name. I didn't hear anything else, but I did hear him call my name. Um, and then I saw him manifest, not in an actual ghost, but what he did do is he produced himself in a bunch of small orbs that looked like it was forming. It was trying to manifest in a, in a ghost apparition, but he obviously didn't have enough energy. But I knew it was him. I knew it was him because I saw him even before he died. I saw that same figure, those same orbs trying to form. That was already telling me that he had been bouncing in and out of his body at that point. So, as much as you may want to hear their voice, they may not be able to do that. You may not even be as in tune with that. You may have not, have that gift of clairaudience to be able to hear them. But maybe you can feel their vibration when they're standing next to you or when they touch you, like how I can feel. Or maybe there's a scent they can produce instead that lets you know that it's only them and nobody else but them would create that scent. Because that's the other thing my father did do for me too. He came back and he created this scent of like sweet potato souffle, which is, like the pumpkin spices that people use to put in their sweet potatoes for Thanksgiving and Christmas. That was my father's favorite. Like, I know he also loved pumpkin pie. So that scent, he made sure I smelled it, and understand me. When it happened, I was in my room by myself watching the TV. I had no candles in there that could create that scent. But let me tell you something. It literally, I smelled it so strong like someone had stuck some cinnamon and put it right underneath my nose. And that was my father to let me know he was there. And that's when I saw his orbs all form, like he was trying to manifest. So, but a few years later, I got to see it again. And I also got to hear him call my name. So it's going to be different things like that. So, Gina, as I'm saying to you, beautiful, don't just, make, a demand and expect them to fulfill it. They may not be able to. They may not have learned how to do that yet. Or it may take more energy. There might be something else they can do first that may not take as much energy to let you know that they're there. So just remember that, honey. Okay? So, Gina, here's some of the messages from your dad. Like I said, first one I pulled, he wants to remind you to have fun. And it says, stop. When was the last time you had fun? When was the last time you took a chance and did something silly? Something totally unlike you. Something just for the joy of it. It's long overdue for you to let go of your analytical mind and give yourself and your soul permission to have fun. So your dad wants you to get out, have more fun, enjoy life, laugh more, be in the moment, live in love. And the next one is find your center. And it says, your outside world is a reflection and a manifestation of what's going on inside you at this time. When the outside world becomes so hectic and stressful that your anxiety starts to overwhelm you, then this is an ideal moment to stop and ask, when was the last time I checked in with myself? So find your center again, Gina. Like I said, beautiful, after you're done with this reading with me, go and sit quietly and talk to your dad, talk to your brother. Let them know how much you miss them, how much you love them. Tell them that you really want to, get another sign from them. And you understand that they may not be able to produce it right now in the immediate, but you'll be waiting. And I assure you, they will bring you a sign or a message that will let you know that it can't be nobody else but them. And then the other one from this deck is you are not alone. And it says, we are here for you. We never left. Through all the sadness and loneliness, however, you cannot sense us near you or feel how much love we are sending you. We are your family, friends, and guides. You never walk alone. We walk right beside you. And Gina, I feel like this is both your dad and your brother, letting you know they're right here beside you. You're never alone, no matter how much you may feel like you're going at it alone. You're not. You know, you didn't come into this world alone. You haven't been walking this life alone, even if at times in your life you may feel that way. And you're not alone now. So don't ever feel like you are, honey, because you're not. And then from your dad, here's these messages from my mediumship deck. The first one is, it says, babies and children you are connected to can see me. So if you ever notice the babies in your family or, you know, babies that are around your friends and you just happen to notice they seem to like be so curious about you. They just have, you know, a different way about them, or you see them like staring off into space like they're looking at something that's not there. Your dad's saying that that's him trying to make himself known to you, trying to get your attention. And the next one is, when you visit special places that remind you of me, I am with you in those moments. So whatever those special places are, your dad wants you to know he's there with you. Especially those moments and those places that make you think of him. Or maybe it's places that y'all had shared time together before he was gone. You know, like for me, that'd be the bowling alley. For my mom and my dad. And for my daddy, my AKA stepdad, it's the pool hall. So your dad wants you to know, maybe spend some time at those places that makes you feel closer to him, because he will be right there with you, enjoying those moments with you. As you go back and think about the happier times that you spent with him, he's right there enjoying, those memories of yours with you as you're sitting there making more. And it might feel like you're alone in that moment, but you're not. And he wants you to know that. And the next one is, I am helping to set things into motion in your life. Situations will begin to improve for you. Have faith. So know that your dad's trying to help you set things and line things up to make things right in your life where things have gone off the rails, where things may not have gone as easy as they could be, or less rocky, we'll say, because life has its own challenges. But I feel like he wants you to know that even in the little obstacles that have been presented to you, that he's still trying to smooth them out as best he can to help you, so it's not so difficult, because I know you've been through a lot too, honey. And the next one is, I remember younger years we spent together. They were so special to me. So some of his fondest memories with you are your younger years with him. And even up there in heaven, he's cherishing those memories with you. Just as much as you think about your happy memories with him, he's still doing that with you, but he still gets to watch you every minute of the day if he so far chooses. And the next one is, even though you can't physically see me, know that I am never far away. Just think of me and I will be right there. So Gina, just think of him. He's right there. He's just a thought away. And it's true. It's like, when you think of someone, it's like just a blink of an eye, a snap of a finger. They're right there. If they weren't there with you in that moment, they will be right there with you in the next. They're not far from you. They never are. It's like when you call their name, even when you think about them, it's like that's like ringing up heaven on a phone line and they come forward. And the last one is, our connection has always been very strong and has not changed despite my physical absence. We are still so connected. I am continuously trying to make my presence known to show you that. Know that your connection with your dad is still very strong. You know, you need to know that his love for you is still here. It didn't die when he left this world, just like with your brother. Love is eternal. It never goes away. It just transmutes into a different energy, but it still is here. But most importantly, Gina, you need to know that your dad left his love behind. He left it here with you. You're a piece of him. You know, your heart beats with his. So don't ever forget that. The same is true with your baby brother. They're both with you. And that's what I have for you, Gina. Beautiful. You know, I want to say, happy, heavenly birthday to your dad. I know it's not easy, to go through and have those memories, spending those birthdays, Gina. Um, you know, they still have a birthday and they still celebrate up there too. You know, what I can tell you, Gina, is, if you didn't do something today, try and do something about it this weekend. Do something for your dad. Just let him know. He knows. But, if that even helps you to feel better, I know it does me, because they acknowledge, it's nice to see that they're still thought of, that they're remembered over there on the other side. And that, in those times that you're doing something to acknowledge that holiday or that special occasion, like his birthday, it makes them feel good. They eat it up. So whether that's to go eat like his favorite food somewhere, go have his favorite dessert, go do something crazy that he did in his life, if it was like my dad would have me at the golf course if he could. And I'd be the foolish girl out there trying to swing a golf club, even though I don't know how to swing one for nothing. But, my dad would get a kick out of that, because, not only would he get a kick out of watching me make a fool out of myself, but just the fact that I went out of my way to do something just for him on his birthday. It's things like that. And it'll make you, feel good. It'll make you feel closer to him, especially if you do something that's like at a place where you have memories of him there already. So do something like that. He will enjoy it. No, Gina. I'm sorry, honey. That's not good. Gina, that man doesn't deserve another day, even another second of your kindness. Don't allow him to take another second of your peace. Because right now, he's living rent-free in your head. You're giving your power away. Every single time you think of him, even if you go through and ponder, back and forth, what to do with the divorce, how to handle him, that's still him taking up time and taking away your peace, where you could be focusing on investing that time in yourself, doing something that makes you happy for a change, while you're getting yourself together, trying to find, your stable foundation, that doesn't include him, that's away from him, then, that's all he wants. He wants to be that thorn in your side. And it's up to you now to not allow him to do that to you. Don't allow him to take another second of your peace, your happiness, your harmony. He's been doing death magic and black magic. Gina, what makes you so sure he's doing that, honey? It's interesting you say that. Because I did pull these cards before I forget. Hold on, Gina. Let me do something. I don't think I put them back in here. Let me check something real quick, Gina. That's it. No. It must be these four then. Okay. I'm gonna trust it's these four, Gina. Um, when I tried doing this reading for you last time, yeah, Gina, he's bad news. You need to stay away from him. I do have these other cards because you did ask me a specific question. Just give me a minute. I need to read something real quick before I go over this. And I need to grab something really quick. Be right back. not important. Damn it. All these cards on the table. Alright, Gina. No. Where's that one? I want to find out where's that other one. Alright, Gina. Beautiful, I remember the question you had asked me about this. And I didn't get any card about what you were talking about him messing with black magic. Because I should have actually, the magician should have came out. If any of them was to come out, it should have been that, and that didn't. But I also went through and used one of my oracle decks when we were trying to do this the last time. And I thought that you told me to wait till the next time, which that was a misunderstanding of communication, but my oracle decks is pretty much telling me the same thing. Like, I'm not getting anything that tells me he's messing with black magic. Like, if anything, beautiful, I feel like that's like a scare tactic to make you think he is. To kind of like scare you into submission is what I pick up. What I do get here, though, And don't allow these name of these cards to scare you. I'm just going to tell you quickly, Gina, what each of them mean. But I feel like it all applies to your relationship with him, but also even you trying to procrastinate and keep you bound to him is what I'm getting. So I put these cards to the side for you so I could do it when I finally got to do your reading. So the first one here is called the Grim Reaper. And it says, in the realm of twilight, where shadows converge, the Grim Reaper saith the guide's souls to the verge. And it says, how many deaths have you died? What was born inside of you every time? The shadowy figure emerges from the depths of the deck like a shadowy harbinger of the unknown. Its presence alone sends shivers down the spine of those who dare to gaze upon it. As it appears in whispers of transformation, the end of one chapter and the beginning of another, for the Reaper is not merely a symbol of death, but a keeper of secrets that lie beyond the mortal realm. It beckons the curious to confront their deepest fears, to accept the unknown, and to find the strength to face the inevitable. For only by embracing the darkness can one emerge into the light. For only letting go can get you ready for embracing a new life. So to me, this is like the death card, in essence, Gina. In order for you to find your own happiness and find your strength again, you need to close out this cycle with this man. He's no good for you. He's like the Grim Reaper to me, for you. That's what he's signifying. This is what I feel like he is. But this is also figuratively in the sense of you need to close out this chapter so you can start a new one, a new life. Because there's life beyond him. And that's what this card is signifying. And the next one is procrastination. Let me pull it up. Well, I thought that was it. And it says, the tickling of the clock distracts me from the fact that my worst enemy hides in my mind, which this kind of reminds me of like an 8 or 9 of swords type of energy, which is being trapped in the mind, allowing your thoughts to play over and over and over on repeat. Your worst case scenario thoughts, the ones that keep you up at night, the ones that you have remorse or regret over, choices you've made, and so on. So this says, do you linger in the realm of I'll do it later, only to find that later never quite arrives? What compels us to dance with procrastination, to let opportunities slip through our fingers like whispers in the wind? When your brain gets stuck with fear of failure, lack of motivation, or the desire to avoid unpleasant tasks, it also leading you to a place of increased stress, missed opportunities, and ultimately regret. The clock never really stops, but that's actually desirable. Are guilt and anxiety stronger than your will? Will you forever feed on a dark, bitter, and dense emotions? The decision is mainly yours to wander. Wonderland in a forever rush. Clock ticking, loud in your head, or to become the Mad Hatter or hater. So, again, this is like being trapped in your mind. Allowing those thoughts, allowing even the fear of him, thinking that you can't do any better. And if you can't, cut yourself from him, the fear of you right here is that 8 of Swords energy. Feeling like, well, you can't do no better. Oh, well, if I really do cut him off this time, maybe this time he'll come back and hurt me worse than last time. So I need to go back to him. You need to stop thinking the worst and look to your future. Look to better days. Because otherwise you're doing nothing but, causing yourself to want to please everyone else except for yourself. Because the next one that came out is people pleasing. And let me get to this one. It says, I wonder how much of myself I've lost in others. The pieces that remain, no one can notice. And it says, faking a smile, being there for everyone, pretending you're fine, going to bed and starting again. Beneath the mask of pleasantries, a haunting truth emerges. Worth cannot be measured solely by the approval of others, especially at the cost of your own authenticity. Constantly seeking the approval of others can lead to the coldest emptiness, to the death of fulfillment. It is crucial to prioritize your own needs and desires, since they will feed your fire more than anyone else will ever be able to, and to stop spoon feeding energetic vampires. At the end of the day, there is only one person who should be pleased before falling asleep. Is that going to be you? So it's like, your fear of, the abuse he, created, the destruction he has over your life, the control, and, being in this Eight of Swords energy is creating you to want to just make sure you, forget yourself, forget everyone else, and only think about him. And your only focus is trying to pretend to make him be happy so he doesn't, come attack you, to verbally abuse you, physically abuse you, do anything else to you or your entire life to make you not feel like you can't do better than him. It's just about pleasing him and no one else but him. So don't allow him to do that, because in essence, he's winning, because the last one I pulled is sabotaging relationships, and this includes the relationship with yourself. And this one says, in the tangle of love, my demons emerge, and I wonder if yours will ask them to dance. And it says, do you have a trail of fractured bonds at your back? What unseen forces propel us to sabotage the very relationships we cherish? Is your heart really feeling so little for them, or it just feels like way too much? Fear of vulnerability, fear of rejection, fear of being hurt, or fear of losing control. But hearts are untamable, and love is a plague we all play with. You may unconsciously push people away or create conflicts as a defense mechanism. But are you even aware of what you're doing? If you don't understand your own patterns of behavior or emotional triggers, you may repeat the same mistakes again, break many hearts along the way, especially yours. So this is all about sabotaging other relationships. Like, he would be winning in that aspect, because he doesn't want anyone else to have you, Gina. He only wants you to be stuck with him in his misery, and to be able to, mistreat you any kind of way he wants and do with you what he wants. He doesn't want anyone else to have you. And I feel like he would even still try and isolate you from any friendships you've made over the years, and even from your family, people you've known, since you were little, that are still, alive. He would try and isolate you from all of them just to have you for himself, to keep you under his thumb, keep you under his control. So, and by you doubting yourself and allowing him to tear you down, to sabotage yourself, the relationship you have with your self-worth, but you also relationship you have with others, that's him winning. He doesn't need to create black magic. He just has to be a good manipulator and play with your head, and he wins. That's That's evil in itself. Let him go, Gina. Kick him to the curb. Tell him don't come back. I don't care what he says. I don't care what he does. I don't care what threats he makes. You know, I know you live in a state that doesn't allow you to have a gun, but I make sure to have some pepper spray, and I make sure I had a knife and something else. Because he wouldn't be coming to my door. So, let him go, honey. He don't deserve you. He don't deserve anything good in his life when it comes to you. If he wants to go and create misery with someone else, that's his business. Just make sure it's not you. I mean, you know, even just to allow someone to sleep next to you that, you know, makes you fearful. That's not love. That's fear. And he thinks that, you know, well, that's how you respect him. No. That's someone you just fear. That's not respect. They're completely different. But he would make you feel like that's, you know, him making you be submissive and respect him out of fear of what he could do to you. You know what, beautiful? And every single time he breaks that restraining order, call the police. Have him locked up. That's all you gotta do. Sooner or later, the judge ain't gonna let him out. He's gonna have to serve the rest of his time, especially if he gets convicted or if he has abused you and there's, you know, something on the books, a record of it. The judge ain't gonna allow him to get away with that. Oh, hell no. Yeah. You know, see, if it was me, I'd even get some of those, I mean, you might worry about this. If you have a bathroom in your bedroom, you know, you don't have to worry about walking out your door of your bedroom to use the bathroom. So, but I'm saying if this was me, I'd be buying some of those, like, tacks that has, you know, the points at the end of them, and I'd be sprinkling them in front of my door. So if he were to ever open that door, guess what? He's going to be stepping on those. And then you're going to wake up. That'd be nothing I would do. See, don't mess with me. That's not a way to live, Gina. You're not going to get happiness staying with someone like that. He don't mean you any good. He just means you harm and misery, honey. So, I feel like that's what he's hoping to do too. Continue to make you fear him. So you don't leave him. So you don't walk away from him. So, you know, nobody else, you would never give another person a shot with you. You know, no matter what you do, though, he wins. Because he's still keeping you isolated. He's keeping you under his thumb, whether he has to physically be there or not. He's winning. You can't let him win, Gina. What is he doing? Breaking in your house? Like, how is he getting in your house, Gina? Does he have a key to your house? Or is he able to pick the locks? You're in an apartment. So what, is he going to, like, the office and pretend like, you know, well, is he on the lease of your apartment? Like, is he able to go to, like, the management office and say, oh, this is, you know, my wife's in this apartment, you know. Like, is his name on the lease? Like, I'm trying to figure out how he's able to get in your apartment and get your dog. Like, You know, I'd be filing a complaint with the office management, and I'd be telling them, you know, I have a restraining order, and yet my soon-to-be ex-husband keeps getting into my apartment because he keeps picking locks. Like, there should be something else they should be able to do to keep you safe. To where he can't pick the locks. Yeah, I'll be taking it with me to divorce proceedings too. Moonchild's right. Well, Gina, when does your lease end? Because once that lease is over, don't put him on the new lease. My my mother-in-law, God rest her soul, but even my stepchild, they were able to buy these like little alarms that you put on a door or window. It's not like you need to pay for, you know, security, or a, have an actual alarm system. But once those contacts broke, once you set it and you turned it on, once it broke contact, it would make this loud noise, just like a security alarm. That would, you know, not only wake you up, but probably wake your neighbors up too. To where someone would know that someone's there that ain't supposed to be there. And, you know, if I were you, I'd also have a conversation with the neighbors. It's time for you to get to know your neighbors and let them know, listen, I got a restraining order. You know, we're going through a middle of a divorce. I have a restraining order. He's not supposed to be here. So if you see him at my door trying to break into this apartment, call the police. He's not supposed to be here. That's how you do all that. But no, he don't need to do no black magic. He's just making you think he's doing that to keep you trapped. Piece of crap. Hey. That'd be one reason why I wouldn't want to come back to California. Because I can't bring my gun with me. And I wouldn't like that. Exactly, Scott. That is living in fear. Not worth it, Gina. You need something else, honey, to protect you. I wish I knew what the name of those damn things are that my stepchild used. I could go ask him, but he probably don't know. But I think you can buy them at like Walmart or something. Yeah, do something. I mean, Gina, have you not, like, talked to your divorce lawyer and asked him about that restraining order? Like, why can't your divorce lawyer help you with that? Mm. Yeah, but Gina, what about a paralegal? Maybe you can't hire an actual lawyer, but Even a paralegal is a lot cheaper. That can kind of guide you through the process. No, Gina. I would try a paralegal. See? And I wouldn't want to come and live there, sweetheart, you know, because I would end up in jail. Because he wouldn't want to mess with me. But if there's one thing that'll keep me from not ever moving to California, it's because I'm allowed to carry my gun here. I'm allowed to have a gun, but also carry it. And I know in California you're not allowed to, so that's the downside to moving out there. As tempting as it would be to be home, that's probably one on the top of my list why I probably wouldn't. Because I wouldn't feel safe. Paralegals aren't expensive, Gina. And Gina, you know, feeling or not beautiful, just because you have a conviction doesn't mean you pay for it the rest of your life. I don't look at you any differently, Gina. It doesn't mean you don't deserve to be helped, okay? You're trying to do right. I feel like you are doing right. You know, you don't deserve to pay for your past mistakes just because of that. Hello, Daphne. Daphne, if you have to leave right now, sweetheart, I got somebody else behind Miss Gina, sweetheart. You'd have to come back tomorrow. And I could do your reading then. Because my private readings, that's not streamed, they're a lot more expensive. So, unless you want to pay that price, you'll want to come back here instead. You're welcome, Gina. Daphne, my streams start at 10 p.m. Eastern. I normally, the first hour, I do a general collective. And then after I'm done with the general collective, I start doing paid readings. So I could put you first on the list as long as you're here. So understand, if someone else is paid for a reading and you're not here, I would have to take them first. I can't hold up the stream. So you would have to be here. You know, be here, you know, if you can't make it for the general collective, it's understandable. Be here at least by 10:30, 11:15. And I should be finishing up with the general collective by then. That's fine, honey. Just make sure you're here by 11. And I'll do you first, honey. I'm sorry. You're welcome. Thank you, Daphne, for your understanding. I'm sorry about that, sweetheart. Good night, honey. You want to hear from your dad, Nancy? Well, what's your dad's name? different tonight. Hold on. Oh, Karen, you know what, sweetheart? I had every intention on trying to see what I could pick up the other day. And I got taken... I got something else to do, but... You sent me your number, right, Karen? Because I can call you sweetheart. Yeah, it was deep, Gina. I hope it helped you, honey. And you're welcome. Well, Scott, I'm sorry, baby. It's too expensive to live in California. Ouch. Okay, Karen. Well, I appreciate you, honey. Ouch. Let me see. And Karen, as long as what my reading I told you that day, sweetheart, it helps you, I'm happy. But thank you for letting me know that my reading was on point, that I was right. 'Cause I do remember that reading too, and I didn't like a lot of what I picked up. But yeah, Nancy, feel special. You got a birthday gift from James. I didn't get a birthday gift myself, so. James, a.k.a. Eternal Light. All right. Be careful, James. Ouch. know who that is. Okay. Spirit. Hold on, y'all. I gotta sit here. Let's see. Spirit, show me. Carlos, let me, oh, sweet Jesus, help me here. You want to pray for other people? That's your business. Just don't announce it in my stream, please. Because I don't like people coming in here and preaching. Because I honor, love, and respect and accept every religion. So, let's get one thing straight. Don't come in here preaching. I don't like that. And yes, I'm a child of God too, so. You don't want to go there with me. Talking about someone on the right path. Yeah, that's leading down a, oh, God help me here. Leading you down a path you don't want to go down with me. Because that means you're judging either me or other people here, and I don't appreciate that either. See, we're all human. We got freedom of choice. Oh, not just freedom of choice, but freedom of religion too. So, and I suggest you go back and read that Bible that says, "Thou shalt not judge." If you are a true Christian, you won't be judging nobody. Because nobody died and made you God, is the other part. Right here. Yes, Karen, I did chop my hair down. I told you I was going to. It's about to my waist. It's actually, I think it's a tiny bit shorter than that, to be honest. Alright, Spirit. Oh, for Nancy. You leaving, Judith? Good night, sweetheart. Oh my goodness. Let's get showing. Sweet dreams, Judith. Yes, Bob. It's 3:11 my time, baby. Why you ask? Figure out how to do this. All right, Moonchild. Sweet dreams to you, beautiful. Good night, honey. Ouch. Spirit. Nancy, do you just want messages from your dad? Ouch. Honey, Nancy, I'm just asking you, sweetheart. You just said you wanted messages from your dad. You want to hear from your dad. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this, sweetheart. You just want to hear from him, or do you want, like, some advice on something? Because that'll decide how I do this. Same to you, Judith. All right. That makes this a little easier. This one. That's what I get for not listening to myself. Okay. Is that right, Scott? You've never met so many people in one place? Baby, that tells me you don't get out much. Means you need to get out more. All right, Karen, you too, beautiful. And see you later. Man, I was hoping to get on today, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. Not with my back acting up. Well, hi, Scott. I didn't know you left, baby. I'm teasing, baby. Man, I had an idea for this weekend too. I was gonna go up possibly to the pool hall. And I was gonna bring y'all along with me, but my back's telling me I'm not gonna be able to now. At least not tomorrow like I initially had planned. I'm gonna have to wait a couple weeks. I just hope I'll be able to go to the bowling alley Sunday. Oh. Alright. Lawrence, show me mistress for your child, please. No. What else? Let's see. Alright, Nancy. Ouch. Yeah, Scott, my back's still sore from that, but it's just inflamed because of the weather changing too. And being a woman, just in general. So, hopefully I can get it to calm down. I probably won't be able to stay on here much longer though. That's the only crappy part. Because I really wanted to stream later today. Especially since I won't be here Sunday night. I'm even getting freaking hot because I'm in so much pain. Yeah, Waldo, get lost. Alright, Nancy. Since I didn't pull any tarot for you, beautiful, I pulled a few extra cards. And so, I hope between both these messages, you know, I specifically asked for your dad. And called, you know, said his name. So I hope that these messages bring you some love and peace and comfort to hear from them on the other side. So if you're ready, Nancy, just let me know you're here, honey. You playing with your food again, Bob? All right, honey. First thing I have here for you is your dad wants to bring up this card, which is choices. And it says, when you accept responsibility for your life and the choices you make, you begin to tap into the power of your own spirit. You'll be able to listen to and appreciate the intuitive wisdom that's inside you and apply it positively and constructively to your outer world. So this is like the energy I picked from this and from your dad. This is like the High Priestess card to me, telling you that you should trust your intuition. That even through your intuition, whether you want to connect to the divine, you want to connect to your spirit guides, even to your dad, they're all on the other side and they're all standing beside you, helping you. They're giving you those insights, those psychic hits that you're picking up on, but you may not necessarily realize it, or you may not be paying much attention to it because you may just think like, no, that's crazy. No, that can't be true. That's too much coincidence. But there's nothing that's coincidence. Everything happens for a reason. So trust your intuition. Trust those psychic hits that are coming through because it's supposed to help you. And for you to use them, it's like a warning sign, into the future to let you know what's coming towards you. So you can make a different choice that's going to help you throughout, your, day in and day out, life, whether it's, doing something that's mundane or doing your job or, spending time with family, having fun, whatever this is for you. Don't be closed off to it. Have an open mind to it. And do not think that, like I said, that it's too far-fetched or too crazy. It's not. And the next one is synchronicity. And this one is, are you noticing the signs of synchronicity that the spirit world has been sending to you at this time? People and situations in your life are not just appearing by coincidence. In reality, they're being guided to you from the spirit world to help you for a specific reason. So there's going to be signs that you're seeing, that you've been seeing, that are trying to get your attention. And that's, could be synchronicities. Those can be numbers, they can be letters. It can even just be someone's name. Doesn't have to be a name but for some reason, I'm being pulled to a name. So someone's name that has come up, like you hear it, out of someone close to you, say someone else's name. And then let's just say like an hour or two later, you go and, have lunch with, a couple of girlfriends, and then you hear that same name get called again, like someone's trying to get your attention. But it doesn't seem that way to you because it's not your name that's being called, but it's someone else's name, but it's the same name. That's them trying to get your attention. It's things like that. Or it's repeating numbers, you know. So, people always talk about angel numbers, for an example, and they'll see those repeating numbers. And I'm not saying that it's not possible, that it's not, angels, but what I always tell people first, when you see repeated numbers, um, think of someone you've lost, like your dad. Does those numbers mean anything to you? Do they place any importance in your life to him? Like a birthday, a street address, zip code, maybe part of his old phone number he used to have. Do those numbers mean anything? Those are the first places you want to look to consider. Before you think of any angel numbers, think of your loved ones. Don't just think of your dad either. What about your grandparents? Great aunts, uncles, whoever that's on the other side. that would, you would think may not want to come through and try and, get your attention, but they could still be trying to get your attention. Keep those dates in mind, so what I would tell you to do, Nancy, is like whoever in your family is still alive, ask them about certain dates, birth dates, old street addresses, if they knew their number, things like that. So you have a record of it, for if something were to happen to any of them and those numbers start appearing, you're trying to figure out why I keep seeing this number. It doesn't register for me. You'll at least have a book that has those dates, those numbers in it that you can turn to check it first. And then if you can't find it there, then I would suggest go look for it on the internet. And all you got to do is Google angel numbers, or you can buy an angel number deck. There's different ones out there. I got a few, but that would be the next place I would look. So try thinking of that, because your dad, I feel like, is trying to send you either saying, numbers, synchronicity, or there's a name that's important somewhere here that, maybe if it hasn't happened yet, it's going to happen soon. And you'll probably be like, oh, you'll remember what I said, that I've mentioned this. All right. The next one is he wants you to be proud. And it says it's time to celebrate all that you've achieved, all that you are, and all that you will become. Every once in a while, it's important to stop and acknowledge what you've achieved and to be proud. So your dad wants you to be proud of you because he's proud of you. And he's saying it right here. So celebrate your achievements, your successes, your victories. Those big milestones that maybe you never thought you would get there, but you've gotten there. Whatever those are, no matter how big or how small. He wants to tell you he is very proud of you. And it's time for you to be proud of yourself and to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Take some time out to treat yourself to something, to show that, you've made it, and achieved life. You've, been successful this far, and you'll continue to be successful. Be in this energy, as I feel like he is so greatly proud. And the next one is support. And it says people come into your life for many different reasons. Some you learn from and they move and on, and while others return often because you need to learn more from those individuals. Others remain beside you throughout your entire life. Know that people who come in and out of your life, whether they're only here for maybe a season, maybe a month, even maybe just a week, or they're here for the rest of, your life. They're here to provide you with support, but also to provide you with lessons that you're meant to learn from them, just as much as they are meant to learn certain lessons from you. And you're supposed to be there in their life just as much as they're meant to be in yours for the time that they're there. So lean on them. Don't be so what's the word? Reserved, and not feel like you can't be as opening to people. Maybe you're not as trusting to some people. Um, And it's understandable you walk with caution, that I get. I'm not telling you not to. But I'm telling you to not be so rigid, to not be a little more open to some people. Just find out, maybe you got to take some time to get to know them. That's understandable. But maybe there's a story there. There's something there that they can teach you that maybe you didn't think about. Because maybe you didn't read them right at first. Maybe they gave you a different feel than what they meant to give or put off. Maybe they were having a bad day. Whatever this is, these people are meant to be in and out of your life. Some are there for the rest of your life. Some are only there for a season, for a moment. Embrace them all, though, because they're the ones that your family, like your dad, are sending to you for support. And they're going to show up at those right times, too, Nancy. So don't, tune anyone out, sweetheart, because I feel like there's probably going to be people who are going to come towards you soon who are going to be able to provide you with some type of support that maybe you didn't even realize you needed. But I feel like for you, Nancy, there's something coming up that Spirit wants you and your dad wants you to know that there's people he's sending your way to let you know you have support. We're going to be there for you. And the next one is vulnerability. And it says, this is confirmation that you're seeking to tread into the unknown, unfamiliar territory, where decisions are based more on intuition than rationality. Don't let fear hold you back or allow a misguided sense that feeling vulnerable is somehow a negative condition. So be vulnerable. Know that, even, with the unknown, like dealing with spirituality, understanding that, yeah, most people aren't open to this world. I get it. And I'm sure you get it too. But just like this other card, where we go, the synchronicity, and even the choices here that talks about that spirituality, this is kind of the same thing with it. You got to understand that, you're going to get certain psychic hits, downloads. Things are going to register. They're going to say, listen, yeah, this may not be coming from, like, say, my mother or, my best friend that's telling me that this is probably going to happen if I choose this. But I get that intuition that's telling me if I choose this way, it's going to end up this way. So I need to trust it. Your dad doesn't want you to fear that. Lean into it because there's more that's to come that I feel like is going to take you further down the road and get you further along where you want to be in life than where you currently are. Your dad wants to help catapult you further into the future, not rushing, to live through life, no, but making you to where you're more abundant and you have a more of a doorway that's open to him, to the divine, to receiving these psychic hits, these messages, even, coming in and out of the spirit world where your dad can come in and talk to you maybe at a time, especially like when in your dream state. That's the easiest way they all communicate with us from. He just doesn't want you to be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of what it is you feel, what you pick up, what you sense, and what it is you know. Like you just have a natural intuition where you know things you don't know how you know, but you know. And you end up finding out later that your intuition was right. It was spot on. So that's what your dad wants you to acknowledge. So don't be afraid of it. And now for the messages from my mediumship deck. The first one I have here is, I see all of your victories and achievements. I am so proud of you and celebrate them all with you. Here it is again, Nancy. Your dad wants you to know he's very, very proud of you. That's why this card came out. He's proud of you. He has been there through all your achievements and your successes, and he's still rooting you on. So keep looking ahead and know that, whether you see him with you or not, that he's right there at every milestone. And yes, and every time that you want to break down or want to throw your hands up and give up or feel like you can't do it again, he's right there giving you that nudge and let you know that he's proud of you and you can do it. But most importantly, he wants to know he's proud. He's proud of you. He's proud of the person you've become, the person you've turned into. And the next one is, when you find certain things that remind you of me, know that I have put them in your path. So if you're catching things that remind you of your dad, maybe it's something that he loved in this life. Like, let's just say, I don't know, maybe he loved deer. If you suddenly like seeing pictures of deer all around you out of the blue, that would be like a sign from him to let you know he's there. He's doing that to catch your attention, to remind you he is right there. It's like a little quick postcard from the divine, from the spirit world, to let you know that he's still right there with you, watching you, standing beside you. He's saying hello and sending his love and to letting you know you're never alone. So, and it's just a quick way to get your attention without scaring you. Because that's what some people always fear. They fear, especially in the spirit world, it's so easy for any of us to say, yes, I want to see my loved one's ghost. Yeah, we all want that. And we all say that until it happens. And we all think we're ready for it. You're not ready. I've had it happen a few times and I wasn't ready. You know, I ran away from it the first time, in fact. Second time, I kind of like, I ran into the next room, but I kind of turned back and realized, like, oh my gosh, you know, and I had to really digest what I just saw because it was my grandfather. And so I went back and looked, but he was gone. But you see, even for someone like me who grew up with this, I wasn't ready for it. And many others who are like me will tell you the same thing. Most of us, you know, during our first, you know, one or two encounters with ghosts, it scared us. We all got scared. It's natural, you know, because it's like your mind's trying to process, like, did I really just see that? Or am I going crazy? You know, can I believe what I'm seeing, kind of thing. And your loved ones on the outside know this. They understand that there's a likelihood they'll scare you that way. That's why you may not ever see their spirit. You may not ever see their ghost because they're not trying to scare you. That's the last thing they ever want to do is scare you in that way. And they know that that would scare you. So they'll do something else instead to get your attention and it'll be settled. So the next one here for you, Nancy, is your pet can see me and sense my presence. So if you've had pets, you know, that kind of look around, look in, you know, in a corner of the room, like, you know, they're looking at something or something's catching their eye and like they're just flat out ignoring you, but they're focused on something, that's your dad. That's him there. They're able to see him. Your pets are able to see him. And that's him, you know, still trying to get your attention unless you know he's there. So next time you have any of your pets do that, pay attention. Even call out your dad's name, Nancy. And the next one is please don't hold on to any guilt. All it does is hinder our connection. Release all your guilt. It's not serving you well, Nancy. It's not helping you, beautiful. Your daddy don't want you sad. He don't want you to have any guilt, any regrets. He wants you to leave that all in the past. He wants you to live in the present and look to your future. And live your life with happiness and fulfillment and with warmth and love and wholeness and know that he's always going to be right there with you, that he hasn't left you. So don't, you know, hold on to those regrets or that guilt because it just weighs you down. It doesn't make you feel any better because you can't change it. So just keep living your life and being happy. That's all he wants. The next one is I cherish all of the good times we spent together. Please hold on to those moments. So, your dad wants you to know, Nancy, he cherishes all the happy, good times he's had with you in his life. But I don't feel like this is just about you, it's about, you know, your whole family. He enjoyed every second with y'all. Even if he was going through something, even if he was struggling, you know, whether that was at work, um, personally dealing with something else, or, you know, even with his own other relationships outside of the family unit, or maybe, you know, he was fine with your mom, whatever it was, he still never lost that moment in those times he got to enjoy it with you. You know, those are the moments that made him happy, that kind of like gave him that extra boost of energy to keep going, to remind him why he got up every day and did what he did, and that he was lucky to have you as his daughter, because I know he loves you so dearly, and I do pick that up from him deeply. He loves you a lot, honey. And the next one is I am now living the life we are meant to. Stress free, pain free, free of restrictions, and full of joy. All of my earthly chains have vanished. He's not living in any kind of pain, sadness, hurt, regret, anything of those low vibration energies and emotions. He's all walking on cloud nine. You know, there's nothing that I can even put into words to remotely describe what your father's feeling right now. And the reason why I even have an idea of what it feels like is because I had that angel experience and I got to feel. That's why I know. And there's not enough words in this life that I can even pull out of a dictionary to describe the feeling I had that day. But what I can tell you is it's beyond you know, out of this world, good, beyond good. Good doesn't cover it, great doesn't cover it. It's the most beautiful feeling I could ever describe in my life. But this is what your dad's feeling now. He's in a safe, happy, peaceful place. There's no pain where he's at. And he knows that you will see him again one day. But the time is not yet. So he wants you to enjoy your life while you're here. Make the most of it. And yeah, he understands that there will still be times of sadness when you think of him, or you'll be doing something that makes you think of him or reminds you of him. He understands that. But he doesn't want those moments of sadness to get you down, to stop you from carrying on with your life, living, being happy as he watches and he stays connected to you and he is proud of you. Because the last message I get from him is, I love you then, I love you now, and I will love you for all of eternity. So your dad wants you to know he loves you. He loves you now, and he loves you all the way into eternity. He's never stopped loving you. And what you gotta remember, Nancy, he left his love behind with you, honey. It didn't die when he died. It just transmuted into something different. But he left his heart behind because he left his heart here with you. But he wants you to know he loves you. He's sending all his love. And I see pink roses. I don't know if pink has a significance to you or roses has a significance to you, but he's showing me pink roses. And that's like his gift to you. I'm seeing them in like a basket. Like a garden basket, but it's not a garden basket. It looks like a weave basket. It's white. And it's about, I don't know, this big. It stands about this tall. It has a handle. It's a wooden basket. It's white. And I see pink roses in it. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what that significant is. What the significance to you is there, but that's what I'm being shown. And that's what I have for you, Nancy. Honey, I hope that these messages have helped you. Honey, I hope that, this brings you some peace and love and comfort to know your father hasn't left you. But nobody that you have known in this life, whether it's family, friends, even acquaintance, they're all around you. They're just in a different place. But it doesn't mean they don't come back to our physical world to spend time with us, to watch us, to help us, to guide us, to love us, to even comfort us. Whether we actually feel their physical embrace, feel their energy in the room, smell them. Even for some of us, we have that psychic sense of taste too. I don't have it, but I know it does exist. It's to let you know they're always there. So don't ever feel like or feel discouraged from talking to him, Nancy. Keep that door of communication open to him. Even write in, if you don't feel like you can vocalize your thoughts, what you want to say to him, your desires, write it down. Even your dad will read that. Okay, don't think just because you don't say it out loud or you don't, you say it in your mind that he doesn't hear you. He does. He hears everything, honey. So I hope these messages have helped to warm your heart. I hope they've helped to warm your spirit and to let you know you're never alone. Your dad's always walking with you. He sends his love, and he wants to know, most importantly, besides sending his love, he's so proud of you. Hi, Judith. Ouch. He's been in his cage, huh? What, is he waiting for his mommy to let him out? Please don't even get me started. Ouch. Judith, people who don't care about their pets, unfortunately. It's no different than people who keep dogs tied to a leash outside in their backyard, chained. Some of them are chained 24/7. Nancy, he didn't have a message with the pink roses. He just showed it to me. Pink roses to me is not like romantic love. That's like just a friendship love or a relative type of love. Like I said, I don't know. That's why I asked if pink roses has any significance to you. But that's what he was showing me. Ouch. Ooh. Exactly. And you're welcome, Nancy. Wait and see, honey. Like I said, talk to your dad. If you're looking for love, tell him, help him, tell him you need help. You're looking for your significant other, and now you're waiting for your significant other to arrive. Thank you, Nancy. That's sweet of you, honey. I mean, Bob, you are pretty old, but you ain't that old either, baby. You think you are, but you're not. Oh. You're waiting for his energy. Look, if I can't even talk right. You're waiting for his answer, Judith. Okay, honey. I'll give you a few minutes to wait for his answer. I know I would not appreciate my pets being locked up like that. You're funny, Bob. I ain't streaming later today like I wanted to. There's no way. Let's see. I'd have to be up by noon. Well, Devo, you're a lady. Okay, well, thank you for correcting us, honey. I mean, if you got a big dog, sweetheart, you can't handle. Maybe that's time to like take your dog and give him to someone who can handle him, so he gets the right love and care, and then get a smaller dog that you can handle. I mean, I know me. Hi, 239 Loki. How you doing, baby? I love big dogs. I love Rottweilers, Pit Bulls, Husky, Bull Mastiffs, German Shepherds. I love those breeds. Would love to have one of those dogs. But even I know that, you know, they get to be too big and too strong, that for someone like me who, you know, especially when you're talking about, you know, just the last few years, when I've been around 104 to 106 pounds, even though I'm mostly muscle, even for me, no. Because it's just going to take one time that, you know, I'm going to trip or something, and I'm not going to be able to gain control of that dog if I were to walk them, or if they were to be let out of the house or whatever. So, sweetheart, you know, I would maybe reconsider, you know, give them someone and then getting a smaller dog, honey. Ouch, I gotta stand up. Back, y'all. Yikes. That's a big dog, honey. How many dogs? Yeah, Bob, it has been. Well, baby, maybe it's time for me to shut the stream down for the night. That way I can have a chance to see if maybe I can get up at a decent hour. And see how I feel to come on earlier than 10 p.m. Spend some extra time with y'all if I can. Since I won't be here Sunday. Ouch. Because I don't think my back's going to allow me to last much longer anyways. Reggie, it varies. It varies from night to night. Depends. Depends on how many readings I get. That's one. The other depends on how I feel too. So... No, Diva, I don't have any dogs right now. I used to. But unfortunately, my baby had to be put down, so. So, let me get some rest, see if I can get up earlier than my normal time so I can come on here and stream earlier with y'all. I'm gonna try. Don't hold me to it, but I'm gonna try and see how my back feels. And hope and pray I'll feel better. But if not, y'all know I'll be here at 10 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, Saturday night. Oh, thank you, Sunnyland. You too, honey. Thank you, y'all, for being here. Sending y'all much love and light. And sweet dreams to y'all. So y'all have a good night. Sweet dreams. Sending y'all positive energy and blessings. Until we meet again. Good night, beautiful people.